What's up, good people? Welcome to the show. We are back in the building. Strap right on in. Strap right on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get ready to get this thing started. Y'all see the thumbnail. We will be joined by Mumia Obsidian Ali. Got a good topic for you that we're going to dig right into. You know what time it is. Let's get ready to go. Let's get ready to rock. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's go. And there we go.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
Well, apparently, I didn't make it back in time from going to grab my coffee. Apparently, I didn't make it back in time. But I'm here now. Damn, my camera is set up weird because now y'all normally can't see inside my cup. I don't know why I don't like that. Y'all can like see the coffee moving around in there. I do not like that for some reason. I guess when I'm drinking something that I shouldn't be drinking early in the morning, y'all gonna be able to see all that. People have always suspected when I used to drink out of this cup here. They used to say, "Oh, that ain't coffee in there." Now y'all gonna know when it ain't coffee in there, unless I readjust my camera. Ah, damn, it's hot. Not quite strong enough. I didn't do the right balance, the right mix of water and coffee. But anyway, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We got a good one for you today lined up. Let's get ready to go. Shout out to those that make it in bright and early. Eric, the red in the building, says the old man cleaner than a boy. I hear you. He did jump sharp in that picture. Shout out to my editor who made that thumbnail for me. That was a very funny thumbnail. He's been coming with it on the thumbnails. I appreciate it. Osama Abdul in the building says, "Oh man and B are a team for the ages." Right on. J3 says, return of the old man. The Mac the Trucker. I think we're going to have some people with ODS today. Obsidian derangements. Okay, yeah. I wasn't quite sure what that was at first, but then it clicked. I got it. Let me make sure I did a couple things that I was supposed to do and getting set up. Okay, that's saved. Okay, yes, everything's tagged how it need to be. Logan JJ says, keep doing what you're doing, Bernard. We need more people / men like you out here in these social media streets. I appreciate that. And speaking of how I adjusted my camera, I never like when my top of my head get cut off. I don't like that. So that's something I need to work on, something I need to get right. Little post-production or pre-production things I need to take care of. Osama Abdu in the building says, J3, you know the old man is going to be on the show no less than 2 times a week. Well, as the featured guest, at least once. Normally, at least once as the featured guest. As far as just coming on the show, just hopping on, if I open it up, that could very well be 5 days a week, depending on, if he finds a topic something that he wants to weigh in on. But for featured guests, yeah, normally about once, sometimes twice, depending on what's going on. But you usually can expect at least once per week for the old man to be the featured guest, at least once per week. I mean, and it just organically plays out like that. It's nothing. It's not even pre-planned at this point. It's just, when something comes up, we might chop it up a little bit and be like, hey, that's a good show. Let's do it. And then we go from there. Yusef Haslam in the building. Pace Flow. Oh, no, Paceful. You said Peace, but I looked at Peace Bernard, but looked at your name at the same time where it says Paceful. Y'all see what I did. Paceful says Peace Bernard. Quit confusing me. Wealthy firefighter in the building says, I prefer in shape of women, but I would probably still date the lady in the white dress in the thumbnail. Oh, no, I wouldn't. And I like them thick, but I would I be trying not to tell on myself up here, but yes, there was a moment where I certainly would have smashed, but at some point I said, you know what, I'm not doing that no more. And you know what, want to know what's funny? When I changed my standard in terms of quality, yes, my quantity went down, but the quality went up. It's a quality versus quantity thing. You can do better numbers if you have a fluctuating quality scale. Once I stopped doing that, I've talked about this plenty of times. Post marriage, I was taking all comers. No holes left behind. It was anybody was a go. Post marriage, I was ready to go. Anybody, any and all. Come on. But then eventually, after about a 2-year period of getting sowing my royal oats, shout out to the movie Coming to America. I just watched Coming to America 2, and there's a review coming down the pipeline on one of the more controversial parts of the movie. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it in the chat. I'm not going to do a full formal review where I review the whole movie like I did the not so cute movie called Cuties. However, the part of it that matters to the manosphere, that's the only part I'm going to do well, I've already done a formal review on. My editor has it in his hands editing it right now. But shout out to Michael Ross in the building. Shout out to Michael Ross. Appreciate the super chat. My man Osama Abdu, he says, BR, who are your top 5 duos in the manosphere? Are you talking about people that I interview? People that I interview. That's a tough one. Gotta put Obsidian up there, number 1. I'm not gonna put it in an order. I'm not gonna put it in an order after that. I've give Obsidian his props because we've done a million of them, and this channel grew off one-on-ones with Obsidian. So Obsidian gets grandfathered into the number one slot. After that, it's no order. But the people that I've really enjoyed having conversations with. Turning Ike is me and Ike coming back again. Me and Ike about to have a reoccurring thing going. And I love talking to Ike. Me and Fantastic have had some classics. I like talking to Game Changer, but me and Game Changer, we agree on so much. Sometimes the conversation can get you know, like in school when the two sock puppets are talking, left hand talking to the right hand sock puppet conversation, because we just agree on so much. It's like sometimes I can't even properly the questions. When I ask some questions, it feel contrived. Like I know what he's going to say, and I know what I'm going to ask next, and so maybe it sounds good, like a good conversation to the audience. But to me, even though I loved listening to Game Changer break things down and analyze it, me and his last conversation when we were talking about when he was he made an appearance on he took the link on Irene Yvette's channel, and so we did a breakdown of the effery that went on over there. I did love that conversation. David Monroe, the Hood Conservative. I love chopping it up with him. We've had some classics. Honestly, me and Ty City had some classics a while back on the show. Trying to think. There's some people that I'm forgetting. It's people that I'm forgetting. That's why I didn't even want to do this. I didn't want to get into this because there's me and Angry Man has had some good ones. ARC, of course. It's like I've interviewed LAR. See, that's why I didn't want to do this. I almost forgot LAR. It's so many. It's so many. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I honestly couldn't do it. Honestly couldn't rank it because I already feel like there's a bunch of people I forget. And the Mac the Trucker said definitely more than 5. Yeah, it was. I couldn't get put on the spot with that and give a good, adequate answer. I couldn't. But anyway, yeah, me and LAR, yeah, me and LAR got good chemistry on here, definitely. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't even want to get into this. Zero, that's always classic when like Zero is on. See, so yeah, yeah, so no, don't ask me to do that no more. Speaking of Zero, I was just listening to Zero. I was just listening to Zero before I came on. And I've been hearing people say this, but I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke when I heard people say this, but I heard Zero repeat it. So now I'm thinking, okay, this must be for real. It must be a real thing that actually happened. Is it true, or is it the case that Jessica X make a pimp cry? Did that happen? I heard Zero say a pimp was crying underneath his sunglasses. I have no idea who he's talking about. I'm not trying to see Little Big Nate. See there it is right there. Little Big Nate. That's always a classic. See, that's why I can't do don't ask me who's my favorite one-on-one guest. Don't ask me. Cause see, I forgot one of my favorites right there. But I think Little Big Nate is going going live tonight. But for what it's worth, is that true? She said, "Get out of there." I heard Zero saying a pimp cried underneath his sunglasses, and I'm cross-referencing that with somebody saying that people were saying about a month ago Jessica X made a pimp cry, or a few weeks ago. I was like, oh, that can't be true. But now I've heard it mentioned too many times. And some people are saying, all right. right, I'm gonna get out of there. I'm just reading the chat. All right, it's time to get out of there. All right. We're gonna leave that alone. You're gonna leave that alone. Well, what did she say to him though? But all right, let me get my earbuds ready because Obsidian is down in the back chat. So let me get my earpiece ready. And without further ado, let's formally introduce the man of the hour today. Coming to the stage, Mumia Obsidian Ali. What's going on? Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? How you feeling, brother?
Doing good.
All right. Yeah, I know all about that situation that happened, man. That was Heightism, and he really just lost it.
Well, okay. Well, since you know about it, what happened?
I was listening to the show. It was over on DJ Kuda's show, and Jessica was just being her, pretty British self, and Heightism just spazzed out, man.
But what did she say to him?
She said, I can't remember, but I mean, she's very calm, and Heightism is already a high-strung individual anyway. So it just
Wait, for the record, it's ism.
Oh, I call it jism with the J. Like jizz, Jizz. You know what jizz is, right?
Yeah. Okay. I just was making sure that it is ism. He's been on my show one time.
Heightism with the autism.
Okay. All right. Okay. Y'all having too much fun with this. I was just curious because I heard she made a pimp cry, and I knew nothing about that, and so yeah, I was just curious. But take it they were going back and forth about something, and then
yeah. I mean, he really went berserk. That's why I call him Heightism with the ism. Penis.
Yep. Okay. All right. Sorry, ism. I don't even know ism that very well, but I'm sorry. I just had a question. I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay. Let's get on to it.
Yeah.
Let's get on to it. Wow.
Well, we can definitely say for certain that Jessica X definitely has an ability to make men holler. We can definitely say that with certainty.
Shout out to Roastmaster One. Appreciate it. He says Bernard sharp as usual with 2 pimp cups. Yeah. I'm working on a pimp cup collection, if you're gonna call it that. But no, I like
Oh yeah, I noticed that too. You got the straight up chalice there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got chalices now. Oh, wait a minute. You got a chalice and a mug. So yeah, I think it was a matching set.
No, they don't match at all. They came from the same place. They're like similar, but no, they're two different things.
Yeah, that's very now, because our good friend Kevin has kind of set the standard for drinking on air, and he drinks his Red Bull. So I'm gonna have to do something about that. And you got the chalice, he has the nice Waterford crystal. I have worked on getting me a unique, distinctive mug so I can drink my hot tea while I'm on the air.
Yeah, you gotta find you. Well, you'd probably be best looking online, but it's a store in the mall by here in my hometown. It's a store in the mall that sells all kinds of dorky Dungeons and Dragons, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, right. and some Marvel stuff. You got Stormbreaker, Mjolnir, all that, everything in there you could imagine. So they sell some pretty cool cups.
Oh, as well. Angry Man would love that place.
I think so. I thought about buying Stormbreaker.
Yeah. You buy him that and send it to him. You could put it next to Mjolnir, which is Thor's original hammer, and then he has the Stormbreaker, which is the upgrade.
Yeah.
And then that way, when he goes on the tirade, he could just really go for it. Even shooting the lightning out his hands and all the rest of it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he can really go for it.
What the hell does porn? What did that music got to do with any of this? You must have pushed the wrong button. That ain't have nothing to do with nothing. That ain't have nothing to do with nothing. Shout out to Angry Man. He one of the ones that inspired me when I was, when it comes to building a set, he definitely killed it. Yeah,
no, seriously. Angry Man is seriously talented. And he's got a lot of, listen, for anybody to be around as long as he has, and we all, came in the same graduating class. He and O'Shea and myself, we all, class of 2015, and he's still going strong. And you don't do that without having talent. And Angry Man has real talent. And he's done a real good job, doing his studio. It's not my personal taste, but it is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that he does his work and everything, he's a real talent. He's got real talent. It's just, sometimes he gets a little. All
right, back to Trucker in the building with the super chat. Appreciate that. He says, in Sir-ism defense, he didn't cry, but he was definitely upset. You see, so okay. All right, I'm not going to ever go look and try to unearth that stream. I just heard it discussed, and I was just curious.
Now I was looking at this because I was listening to everybody when I was getting everything together, and they were saying I wouldn't do that with the woman with the white dress. I said, wait a minute, hold on a second. What are they talking about? And then I looked at, because you press the share button. And so you do the Twitter. So let me put this on my Twitter. Then I went to put it on Facebook. Oh, I see what they're talking about now.
So
that's really cool, man. You got your editor guy to do this?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So they got me. You got me in my John Wick suit there. That shout out to John Wick, and triple black there, a black ascot, black shirt, black mod suit. That's my shout out to Calvin Klein, and of course, my ubiquitous cane. That, by the way, that cane comes from Pretoria, South Africa. It's made out of African ebony wood, very hard wood. And I just need to play this since I said that. And in any event, so there I am. I got some nice loafers on there. And then you see this lovely lady in white. So it's a really interesting contrast. So, I'm short in all black and she's big in all white. So that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I thought you would like the thumbnail and then the conversations. I hope the caption bubbles crystallizes the point there where as a woman like that is looking at a guy who's shorter saying, no way, you're too short. And you're like, okay, you're too fat. And then now she's, oh, that's so offensive. Yeah. And
that's the thing, it's like you're right, and we're about to get into this because we got the tape, and we're going to do all this. And look, everybody, and look, in Black America, there's two universal truths in Black America. The first universal truth is that every black woman has banged a loser. All right, many black women, a whole lot of black women, have reproduced with losers, but at the very least, they banged at least one loser, and truth be told, quite a few black women have banged quite a few losers in Black America. That's number one. But the second truth in this, brothers, all of us, I heard what you said earlier, Bernard. All of us are going to have to hold the L on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Big bear hug. Every brother has banged a biggin.
Mm-hmm.
Every brother. It's got at least one biggin on his record. On the goal, on your bedpost there, you got your notches on the post there. You got at least one notch there that's a biggin. So hey, look, every black woman's banged a loser, every brother's banged a biggin. It is what it is. So that's not the issue. The issue is that the biggins want to talk cash, sugar honey, iced tea about brothers that they think don't measure up, pardon the pun.
hmm And in your experience, and I think you did do somewhat of some, I don't know if to call it research, but you definitely you did some content on this where you were showing that even the big girls, they still have those same, talking points as non-big girls about, how
Not
tall he gotta be, how he can't be big, he can't be
not
fat, he
only,
can't be this, he can't be that. But go ahead.
not only do they have the talking point, I've seen it firsthand. You know what I'm going to say. You all know what I'm going to say, right? You know what I'm going to say, right?
Nope.
I saw all this 2 years ago. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-mm.
Now I'm sitting there at this big event. I was just talking about one of the members of the Derek Jackson cartel last night, Ace Metaphor, who is, I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. He's kind of like a mini, he's like a Derek Jackson mini me. And the reason why I say that is because when I went to the event 2 years ago, it'd be this spring, it'd be 2 years that I went to that event, which was in the run up to the book of Obsidian. You'll see what I'm talking about when you get the book. And the very first person when I got on the scene and met was Ace Metaphor. We actually met, shook hands and chopped it up a little bit. He's the same height as me. And, I was like, wow, it's kind of like, I don't, this is going to sound bad, but, so you got, everybody's seen Austin Powers, right? So you got Dr. Evil and Mini-Me, and it kind of reminded me, this sounds so bad. I'm going to go to hell. So you got Derek Jackson, then you got Ace Metaphor. And Ace Metaphor is like the Derek Jackson Mini-Me. No, seriously. I can say this because I'm a short guy. And Stephane Labassiere, I can look at these guys dead eye. Look them straight in the eye, dead eye. So we're all the same height, about 5'6", 5'7". And and he was very personable. Ace was very personable. No problems with him. I have nothing personal against him. And actually, on my show last night, I actually agreed with a number of the points that he made. He made some legitimate points that can be empirically validated, by the way, because you know me, I'm the dating scientist. I don't deal with I feel, he does that. I feel this, I feel that. You cancer guys, I feel. Hey, I'm not knocking that, but I'm an archers of the world unite. We deal with evidence. And so the things that he was saying last night, I can back him up with empirical academic evidence. So I'm not saying that to, jump on him. But yeah, he is a Derek Jackson mini-me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry about that. Yeah, I listened to some of what you were talking about last night when you were analyzing this conversation with Mr. Let Go, and it was good for this reason. Just the dynamic of the two of them having a conversation, because people in the Derek Jackson cartel, they really don't do live debate against men. Now, I don't consider Mr. Let Go to be a one of us, but it is some talking points that he has that lines up with some of the things that we said, some of the things that we say. So it was kind of good to hear Ace Metaphor, part of, as you say, the Derek Jackson cartel, having to respond in real time to some talking points. And so that part of it was fun. One thing that was missed in that conversation, and I may do my own I may do a pre-recorded response to their conversation, taking your commentary aside. I may just, because I don't want to, because I only saw it for the first time when you were playing it on your show, so I want to watch it.
You need to do that. You definitely need to go back behind and give your own commentary. So that's the whole point of the echo chamber. Let me just do a quick digression, because the brother Osama, who's been a hell of a supporter of mine, thank you so much, brother. I love you. He asked you a question about duos, and YouTube you know this already, Burnout, but I'm saying for the listeners, YouTube 101 holds that the quickest way to build your channel is by doing collabs. Do as many collaborations as possible. The more of them, the better. You build up your channel. It's a win-win for everybody involved. And Yeah, it's not just enough for one person to do a video and that's just it. Everybody else got to jump in there because when you do that, it creates the echo effect, the echo chamber effect, and it also gets into the algorithm.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get the epic confrontation. See, I want to get me and Kevin versus the Derek Jackson cartel, just me and him versus all of them.
Yeah.
It'll just be me. I said, okay, you hit him high, Kevin, because you're like 6'5". You're the same height as Kevin. I'll hit him low. So I'll take care of Mini-Me, Derek Jackson, Ace Metaphor. I'll take care of Steph. I'll take care of Hafiz. So you hit him high. You get Derek. I'll take care of all the other guys myself. They never stood a chance.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll definitely hop on I'll do a pre-recorded about that. It was some interesting things. It was some things that that was left out. But I like Ace said something interesting, and I like when he took it to this point. He said that he took the bottom 10% of the worst kind of guys off the table.
That's right.
Said that's not most of the complaints. And he took whatever goes on with the top 10% of guys off the table. That's not most of the complaints. And that's true. Most women are not even able to get with, top 10% of guys. He said It's the 80% in the middle that they're having a problem with. And so the conversation got interesting in that regard because I feel like that's my wheelhouse where I can I like to talk about what goes on right in that area. Now I think he broke it down or you more or less broke it down. No, I think he said it himself, like something like guys who are making around 75,000 or somewhere between 75,000 or below or something like that.
Yeah. He said between around, or we all know this. Shout out to blackdemographics.com. Around $42,000 a year. That's the average for black men. Up until around high, like 72, 73,000. Because once you cross 75,000, you're in the upper 13% of black men earners. So I said for last night's show, and you're right. This is what Ace said. I said, okay, I'm going to steel man your argument, Ace. We'll say 38, 39, 40, up to about maybe 70, 72.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's the vast majority of the brothers. They're somewhere in there. Right.
Okay.
And you're right. He said the ladies that come to him, they're not talking about the proverbial Pookie and Ray Ray. I think, I know for a fact that the Derek Jackson cartel is monitoring our transmissions. I know for a fact that that's sources, but I know for a fact that it's true. Okay. They pay very close attention to, and this is before the rise of St. Kevin. I knew that before that happened, but it's definitely true after it.
I mean, you can hear them de facto responding to us.
Yes.
Yeah. But carry on.
So the whole Pookie and Ray Ray piece is dead, and it's dead because Ace himself said it on that tape last night that the women that come to him, they don't even talk about Pookie and Ray Ray. They're talking about brothers in the middle, the average at best brothers in terms of earnings. I said, all right, I'll accept that. That's fair. So, Ace, if we can agree that brothers like which Kevin Samuels are talking about exist, we Gucci. We all agree we got the Pookie and Ray Ray. Those are the bottom 20% in terms of earning. We got that. Then we got the brothers in the middle, the average at best brothers. We got that. If we can agree that we got brothers that are clocking in excess of $75K a year after taxable income, if we can agree on that, we good.
Okay, fine. But see, this is the part that was missed there. He's essentially saying that the guy who's making 70, 65, 60 or whatever, he basically saying the guy that's making 65K, that's the problem to women. Right. And my argument is, what's going on with that woman? Is she some top 10% woman?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that woman is complaining about a guy in her lane, and he basically saying this is where he smuggled in the BS. This is where he smuggled in the BS under the table. He basically was saying that guy that's making around 65K, which granted, that's not enough to live a a comfortable middle class lifestyle without sacrifice, give or take, depending on where you live. Because you did a breakdown on how in Philly, how the cost of living isn't very high out there, so you can get something done with 65K out there. But in a lot of places you can't. And give or take the type of lifestyle you want to live, you can't. But if that woman, if that's what she actually qualifies for, you can't say that this man is not meeting the mark. If he's getting a woman who qualifies for a guy that makes 65K and she qualifies for him, he qualifies for her, but she's saying, oh, that ain't enough, I'm out of here, I'm going to break up a happy home, I'm going to file a divorce, I'm going to leave a family, I'm going to break up a family because her average ass thinks she deserves a six-figure guy. But for him to not look at that and say, hold on, sis, you walking around, you walking around with a little extra poundage, you ain't all that damn hot, you damn, like what you talking about? That's your man right there. And yeah, you may have to work and make 30K and contribute a little bit. And then it turned into, okay, so if she's contributing, that means she gets her opinion matters. So he tried to color purple it and making it seem like 65 guys, 65K, 50K, 60K guys are just Mr. from Color Purple and they woman. And I'm like, no, it's more guys who are, the term of a man being in the doghouse, happy wife, happy life. A guy sleeping on the couch when he get in trouble with his wife. It's more so guys. It's more guys today that are tiptoeing on eggshells, trying not to piss off that woman because she's gonna make his life a living hell, than what there are women going to work and coming home from work and having a whatever you like attitude. That's not going on. That's not going on. But he tried to make it seem like these women who made some amazing adjustment to modern times. No, it was a generation of women that fought for these modern times to be able to work, and now they're complaining because the guy that they qualified for, who would have been perfectly fine years ago, making that 60K and putting a roof over their head, running water, electricity, food on the table, that doesn't scratch her hypergamous itch anymore because she can put her own roof over her head. So now in order for her hypergamous itch to get scratched, he has to make, six figures. So as far as I'm concerned, she's off in delusional land. So for him to talk to women and not address that, then no, that's just typical Derek Jackson pandering. Well, so that's where I'm going to focus when I do my pre-recorded on it.
Right. I don't disagree with everything you're saying here. You're not wrong. That those are legitimate points. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that what he is saying does have empirical support. We can look at the writings of William Julius Wilson, very famous Black academic and sociologist. We can look at the work of Andrew Cherlin. We can look at the work of Catherine Eden and Maria Kafalis. We can look at the work of Charles Murray. I mean, listen, the guys who in a previous era would have made for fine mate material today having a hard time adjusting to a 21st century world is a very real thing. And so he's not wrong to point that out. That being said, however, what you're talking about is also true. There are women who qualify physically for a brother that earns an average salary, and they want more than what they're actually worth. There's some truth in that too. See, this is the reason why I said what I said with regard to if we can accept, and I'm so glad that Kevin is on the scene these days because he's making the case, there are successful brothers out here. Whether or not you qualify for them is another question, but they do exist. See, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
My position is, for the brothers that are making it happen and are successful, exceeding 75K a year, all we're saying is don't bring your barely average at best self over here.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't gonna work. Now, for the brothers that are earning more average incomes, they got a hell of a fight on their hands. But for the brothers that are doing well for themselves, we ain't trying to hear that. It's what we want. It's whatever you like. Is that so? That's the reason why a lot of those sisters give Kevin such a hard way to go, because they can't deny that the brothers exist. They just don't want to deal with the fact that they don't qualify to get those brothers. That's the problem. they don't qualify. Because when you're a brother and you're able to, to make the kind of money that you make and have the status and have the success and so on and so forth, hey, you get to write your ticket. Either she gets on with your program or ... And so a lot of sisters don't want that. What they want to do is they want you to bring all that money, all that success, all that largesse, and then they want to tell you how things should go. It don't work like that, sis. It don't work that way. You wanted brothers to already be successful, have they act together, look good, smell good, on point. You got it. Now you get with this program. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, and one thing that's interesting, the whole concept of paying the cost to be the boss, that came up everywhere. You brought that up, and it's interesting. See, I'm doing my editor he's working on editing the video a pre-recorded video that I did on Coming to America, just focusing on the parts that's relevant to the to Manosphere conversations. That's not a full review.
Yeah.
It'll probably be about 10 minutes long, just breaking down the important parts. There was a scene in the movie. This doesn't give too much away if you haven't seen it. This isn't major spoilers, but they address the funny part in the movie in the beginning, the whatever you like, hop on one foot, barking like a dog, and the movie, it kind of went out its way to crap on the idea of a submissive woman, because even the Prince Hakeem, who's now King Hakeem, he there was a scene in the movie, and I can't remember what he did or what happened that had him and his wife kind of upset with each other, or she was upset with him, or whatever it was, and she put him out of, like, the king of Zamunda had to go sleep on the couch. That's essentially what happened.
Right.
And she said something along to him, "You don't see me hopping on one foot barking like a dog, do you?" Or something like that. "You don't see me, saying whatever you like, or this or that." So it was almost so it was a message of a female empowerment all throughout the movie, but it was also a message of, even if you get the man of all men, you still got to you still can give him that hardcore pushback and everything. And that leads me to the point where, even when guys like that are trying to sell the pay the cost to be the boss argument and all of that stuff, what's embedded into a lot of their other talking points is that even when that guy has done that, oh, that woman, she's still a person, and she's supposed to be, she can give her opinion, and you need to value her opinion, and you need to listen to her. Even because I remember when Denzel Washington said something along the lines when they asked him, "What's your secret to being married 30-umpteen years, however many years he's been married?" He said he just completely punked out and said something along the lines of, "I do what I'm told, or I keep my mouth shut and do what I'm told." And Derek Jackson, the Ace Metaphors, I was about to throw out an insult, but you get the parallels. Derek Jackson, gave a full standing ovation for Derek Jackson for that. So right. So that's why, even when they're saying something about, yes, a man providing puts him in that position, they ain't really about that life, because they're going to cape for bad female ideas no matter what, regardless of the situation.
Well, so yeah, that's to be expected. I mean, they have a very clear and present fiduciary interest to do so. So I mean, that alone, yeah, among other things. Yeah. I just wanted to just respond, if I could, to I haven't seen the movie, the sequel to Coming to America, but my understanding is that Eddie Murphy had a very strong creative hand in the making of the film.
Yep.
In other words, he just wasn't an actor. I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying he directed it, but he had a lot of creative say as far as writing, the writers, and all the rest of it. So in other words, he was more than just an actor this time around.
Right.
And so if that's correct, then I would like to suggest that this is a bit of art imitating life here for him. That And comedy tends to do that. The scene where there's the inverse of the whatever you like, that was before Nicole Murphy came along.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking at a King Akeem and an Eddie Murphy post Nicole Murphy, and the subsequent events of baby mamas and that sort of thing. So I think that particular scene, again, I haven't seen the movie, I could be wrong, but I would like to suggest, I'll put it that way, I would like to suggest that Eddie Murphy was doing a kind of subversive red pill take on marriage and whatnot in that scene.
When you say a subversive red pill take, what was red? I mean, are you saying it was the opposite of a red pill take? Because nothing was red pill about what was going.
Well, that's just it. Of course, everybody who sees this film will either remember the previous one or they'll go back and watch it. So you'll see the serious reversal there. And it's against everything that royalty is all about. Royalty is male centered.
Right, and that was a prominent part of the movie too, because he didn't have any sons in Zamunda. One, I mean, we know from the trailer that he had one that he left in America, and it was a interesting story around that too. That's something that I'm going to be covering as well. But that was basically one of the themes in the movie, whether or not a woman can rule Zamunda, his oldest daughter, who he raised to be competent and qualified to do it, but then he had his son over there, so who was just who was a mumbling idiot, but was the birthright heir. You see, so that was
what's interesting about all this, and of course the parallel in our time today wasn't that the case back then, but in our time today we have to remember the late great Chadwick Boseman's stellar performance as Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. There's a very patriarchal society stomped down. And what's interesting about all the black women today, well, excuse me, scratch. All the lovely ladies today who fashion themselves as de facto queens and so forth, they don't realize what they're saying. You are advocating the most patriarchal of patriarchies with a capital P if you're down for royalty. No. If you're down for monarchy, by definition, you're down for the patriarchy. By definition,
in their mind, they're the queen. The man is the servant. That's what it is. That's
no history book ever.
Yeah, they're a queen without a king, and any man that deals with them is apparently the servant. Even with it's they don't get it. They don't get it. That's why I'm no fan of the king queen thing. Ronald Calhoun in the building. He says, "Good morning, brothers. You guys are speaking my language today. Can't wait to hear this one." Yeah, we're going to be getting into that main topic pretty soon. Mr. Shane Vitchett said you should also mention brokeism and Little Willieism. That's
absolutely. Those two are interconnected. Yeah, I would agree with that. Let me just jump back on this patriarchy piece. See, I am a child of the Western Enlightenment, of Athens and Jerusalem, of the scientific method, the Renaissance, that's my jam of American democracy, which was informed by the ancient Greeks. That's my jam. However, if black folk want to play this, we love royalty. All right, then if we're going to do royalty, then shout out to the late great Patrice O'Neal, who said that the queen is the king's bitch. She's the royal bitch.
Yeah,
that's what she is. She's there to produce heirs. That's a queen's primary role. Now, I'm not saying that there are no other roles she can't have, but the primary role of the queen is to birth heirs, preferably male. As a matter of fact, history tells us, shout out to Henry VIII, history tells us that if you fail to produce heirs, you could be removed from office as a queen. If you fail to produce heirs, you can be removed. Don't believe me? Look up the history of Henry VIII. He kept on going until he got a male heir. Your number one job as a queen is to produce heirs, preferably male. That is your job. Period. You are the queen. You are the king's bitch. So, ladies, if we want to play this game, if we want to do the royalty thing, all right. See, I wanted to be, I wanted to go with, free consent, society, democracy, consent of the governed. But if we're going to do this divine right by kings things, okay. Then that means if I take the throne, you're my bitch. You do what I tell you to do, whatever you like. We had it right the first movie. Whatever you like. Long live the king.
Mm-hmm. The Mac the Trucker in the building. He says Kevin Samuels and Old Man versus Cocktails and Queens, and that'd be a slaughter. That wouldn't that wouldn't even be remotely entertaining. What they was talking about earlier, the Derrick Jackson Cartel versus Obsidian and Kevin Samuels. I mean, I think they may throw like a couple counter punches, but I don't even think them bras, they would just have to squeal and scream just to drown out the drown out the beating. I don't know, but anyway, shout out to the Mac Trucker. Thanks for the super chat. Shout out to Mr. 1950. Shout out to you. That's the brother who was on here. He's under a different name. I was calling him Joe Clark, high school principal. Yeah, he's going by a different name, but yeah, good brother right there. Good brother right there. Y'all check him out. But yeah, no, it's been a number of things going on. But so yeah, I got quite a few things on the table, on the plate to recover. And Utopia, thank you for doing that, because I always forget. I forget all the time with everybody, but I especially forget with Obsidian to drop Obsidian's links in the chat, because he's always here. I always forget. He's like, so he's all.
I'm glad you said that, because listen, man, we got to sell books. We got over 400 people watching. Yeah. I got to sell about 25 signed copies of the Book of Obsidian today. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat room. Y'all can take it from there. You can hit me up. You can get your autographed signed copy of the Book of Obsidian by dropping $35 or more to my Cash App, $ Obsidian Radio, $ Obsidian Radio, or my PayPal, www.paypal.me/Obsidian Media Network. Please be sure to include your name and street address, and you will get your own personally signed autographed copy of the Book of Obsidian. The Black Manosphere has made history. How about that? Thank you.
Yeah, make sure y'all do that. I ordered mine on the 4th, so it should. It's the 11th. It said 3 to 7 business days, so it should be pulling up anytime now. So yeah, I'm definitely waiting for my copy to come in. I wanted a hard physical copy of it. I can hold to the camera for everyone to see. All right.
Yeah. They're talking in the chat room about the Tudor, or the Windsor, not Tudor, excuse me, Windsor line. Meghan Markle and all that. They're all Windsors, and they're saying that how Prince Philip, who is the Queen's consort to Queen Elizabeth, he can't be a king because she's not a king, she's a queen. So he can be the crown prince, and he can be a prince consort, but he can't be a king. See, only a king can make a queen, not the other way around. It's just like with knights. Only a knight can knight another knight. Either a king, and to be fair, a queen can knight somebody. But yeah, either a king can do it or a knight, but nobody else. And in the case of monarchs, a queen can't make a man king, but a man can make a man queen. So again, ladies, for the lovely ladies out there, you a queen. No, you're not. You're not a queen unless a king makes you a queen. I mean, if we're going to do the divine right of kings thing, let's do it. You are not a queen until a king makes you a queen. Until then, you're just another woman. Any takers?
The Prophet of Thought series in the building says, peace, bro Bernard. Bro Obsidian. It appears they want to be everyone's mama, except for the people they... Oh, Lord. Except for the people they actually gave birth to. Woo, Brother Xavier. That was a good one. They want to be everybody mama except the one that they gave birth to. That's
Get out of there. Get out of there, Brother Xavier. Get out of there.
That's a good one. Jessica X in the building. We were talking about earlier how you allegedly made a pimp cry, and I didn't know if that was true or not. You can confirm.
and Sir Jism does kind of somewhat favor.
Let's not call him Jism. Let's not call him don't. Let's play nice. Play nice.
Well, I mean, every time I think about it, I think of penis. Yeah.
Did you and him got a little small bit of back and forth?
Absolutely not. I like Sir Jism. I think he's a very funny guy. But one thing about Jessica X is definitely true. I mean, she does have the ability to make a man holler. That's for sure. Make him hit that high note. Me.
All right, let me pull up this video. We an hour in, just about. It's about time to get to the main topic. We got 426 people in the building. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Only 133 on the likes. I need to instantly hop up to 200, like instantly, because a lot of y'all forgot. Y'all were greatly entertained. I think I spelled something wrong in the title. Forgive me for that. Got a typo in the title, but yeah, it's only 133 on the likes. 143 people. I mean, 431 people in here. 133 on the likes. Let's definitely get that up. That you're making instant, and I mean instant jump, instant leap to, yeah, see, it just did an instant leap to 154. Need to do an instant leap to 200 something. Instant leap. And let me get a few things together, because we're about to roll some beautiful bean footage. Well, we're about to roll some beautiful bean footage. Now, this beautiful bean footage, you want to roll it at what point? Because I had it time stamped at the 1811 mark when she started.
Yeah, and you can roll it back. I guess you can roll it back. I don't know, 5 minutes. We can roll it back 5 minutes, I guess.
Okay, all right.
Because she was clearly at the point that you directed me to. She was clearly responding to ladies. So clearly, there had to have been a few ladies prior to that to talk about that led her to make that statement. So I guess we want to see the run up to it.
Yeah, see, that's the hard part, because I think we would have to be watching you can't see the live chat. The live chat is where the problem was taking place, to why she had to do that.
Oh, so, I see.
So it wasn't a woman that was live on there. It was actually a situation where it was a guy and a girl. They were in there together. She was talking to both of them, and I think they had a fairly good conversation. And I think she asked the woman's weight, and I think she asked the guy's height, and it kind of went over without a problem when she did that there. But the chat room was going crazy about her asking this woman her weight. How dare you ask her weight? That's too personal and all of that.
Let's go back and look at the conversation, and then we can hear her respond to the chat room, and then we can pick it up from there.
Okay, so I'll go back. See, the money shot started at about the 1811 mark. I'll go back to the I guess I'll go back to about the 13-minute mark. I guess I'll do that, and hopefully that'll lead into it a bit. But I don't know what we're going to be getting out of this. We'll see. All right. Let me do this here. And here we go. Oh shit, ain't supposed to be playing. We're gonna do that like that. And I'm gonna remove back. Make sure that y'all go and grab y'all a copy of the Book of Obsidian. Definitely make sure that y'all go do that. Moderators be periodically dropping the links in there, the links to his channel and the links to where people can purchase his book. Make sure that y'all do that. Excuse me. Make sure that y'all do that as well. And yes, get the likes up.
We got damn near 500 people here, so I know we could sell out today and get 25 books in here right quick.
Easy.
Personal signed copy of the Book of Obsidian. So come on with it.
Easy breezy. Let's go.
that's not on no games or no drama or anything like that. You know, it's open-minded, adventurous, smart, has a sense of humor. Just, you know, pretty much got something going for themselves.
Okay, what's some deal breakers for you?
Probably if they have a kid, they're not actively involved in their kid's life. That's a deal breaker for me. Not having a license is a deal breaker for me. And and doing like hardcore drugs is a deal breaker for me.
Hardcore drugs, I know that's right, girl. When was your last relationship?
2018.
Girl, you 2018. Why did y'all break up?
I moved.
You moved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so y'all will be together if you still live where you lived?
Maybe.
Okay. This Evia in Maryland. Does the guy gotta be in Maryland?
No.
Okay. Could he have kids?
No more than 2.
I'm not sure if I asked, but what's some deal breakers for you?
She just asked that.
Like I said, I think I actually already said it, like no hardcore drugs. They must have a license, probably a car. And that's about it. Like a liar.
Okay. A liar. So look, this is Lakivia in Maryland. She's 29. April 8th. She's an Aries, no kids, 5'8". All right, baby girl, let's get to it. Give me your Instagram name.
My Instagram name is The Aryan Boss. It's spelled TheArin. Boss, BOSS.
Okay, Boss, BSSS. One more time.
BOSS. The Aryan Boss is spelled TheArinBoss.
All right, got it. All right, fellas, if you want to know.
And then also I have my cousin here. He wants to tag on as well.
Why?
Okay.
Throw me into this.
Where's your cousin at?
Why are you putting me? Okay, hi, hello.
Hi, do you want to participate?
I mean, I'm here now, so I might as well.
How old are you?
21.
Okay, you got to be at least 21. When's your birthday?
January 23rd.
So you just turned 21.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Fresh.
Were you in Maryland too?
Yep.
What do you do for a living?
I work for Walmart as of right now. I'm going to be moving to Vulcan soon, a materials company.
He also owns real estate as well.
Okay, he owns real estate as well. Okay, how tall are you?
5'6".
5'6". Okay, Maryland Walmart owns real estate. He's 5'6". You have any kids?
No.
No. Okay. You looking for women?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of woman you looking for?
Open-minded, smart. Mostly open-minded. I want someone that's willing to do just about anything with me, as long as they have like enough. I'm not trying to say finances, but like willingness to do anything, like try new things. I guess that makes sense.
Okay. Well, let's try new things. Okay. All right. Does she got to be in Maryland?
No.
Could she have kids?
No.
She can't have no kids?
No, preferably not.
What's the age range you would date?
20 to 32.
20 to 32. All right, baby. I know you and your cousins. What's your Instagram name?
King Jackson _19.
King Jackson _19. Say it one more time.
King Jackson _19.
And you said 21 to what age?
20 to 32.
You'll date somebody 32 years old? Okay. All right. What's your name again, boo?
Alex.
This is Alex in Maryland. He works at Walmart, also owns real estate. He's 21, just turned 21. He's 5'6". He has no kids. He said you can't have no kids either. He'll date between 20 to 32. All right, baby. Will you keep me posted how it goes, boo?
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Kendra.
All right. Okay, so we about to get into this because I'm looking at some of the comments about the ladies and the weight question. And here's the deal. I ain't never asked that question. We could take that question off the board, but we're going to take the question off the board for the guy's height. Because I'm over it, ladies. I love y'all, but y'all want to know every single thing about the guy. And then y'all be playing this sensitive role. Oh, it's too sensitive. Nah, fuck that. Okay? Y'all be up here in these comments every single weekend talking mad shit when a guy comes up here. And I ain't never asked a weight question because I'm a girl's girl. But what we not going to do is start crying in the comments on my son. Oh, why she asking weight now? Because y'all want to know how tall they is. Because you want to see them without their head. Because you be talking mad shit whenever a guy come up here. That's why I'm asking y'all weight. Now, I can take the weight question off, but we ain't asking the guys how tall they are no more either. Y'all gonna learn. You women out here be so bold with what you want. Y'all talk reckless. And then when somebody put your ass on the spot, you start crying. I don't like that shit. Now, I'm a girl's. We gonna warm it up. Okay? We ain't gonna be in these comments every single weekend talking mad junk, and then now all of a sudden you nervous, you scared. Well, that's how the guys feel too. Y'all don't care about the guys' feelings. Y'all don't give a damn about these guys' feelings. Y'all go so hard. So I'll take the weight question off because I really don't care. I mean, we don't gotta ask the weight question, but don't be hounding me to tell me, Kendra, ask him how tall he is. Kendra, tell him to take his hat off. I ain't doing that. So it's gonna be fair. All right. We good? We good? Height, not weight. No, guys don't want to know the women's height. They want to know how much you weigh. Because guys that are short don't like telling their height. That's why they be like, oh, I'm 5'9.5", because they know once a woman hears their height, it's like she X's them out because women typically want a tall guy. So that's the uncomfortable question for them. The equivalent to an uncomfortable question for a girl is your weight. So those are the two equivalent questions that be difficult. We can ask the height ourselves. Exactly. You can ask the height yourselves. So that's what I'm saying, ladies. Y'all have to start checking yourselves sometimes, like on a serious note, because y'all just be so like don't even care and just say whatever. And then when someone asks you a question, all of a sudden it's mean, it's not right, it's not this. No. Now look, it's a new year. I don't know if y'all was here on the January 1st show. Let's keep it moving. Hello.
All right.
Wow. I have a theory. Well, first of all, we got to commend Miss Kendra G out of the Windy City for this. Very rare for a black woman to say something, especially on, a public figure than she is, and on a public platform like Instagram Live. Very rare for a sister to do what she did there. So we gotta show her some love, man. Mm-hmm. I follow her on Instagram. I urge everybody else here, all the brothers, to do the same and show her some love, man, because that was a brave move on her part to ask for fairness and accountability on the sisters' part. If you don't want brothers to be asking, and we all know, with our good brother Kevin Samuels, we all know the deal. Sisters are livid that he asked them their height, weight, and dress size. We know that. So she's saying, all right, we could take that off the table if you take the men's height off the table. And of course, the sisters don't want to do that. So, yeah, we got to give her a lot of credit. The thing I noticed about Kendra is that she's an attractive sister. And I've noticed something about attractive sisters. Attractive sisters have no problem agreeing with red pill talking points. That's what I've noticed. The more attractive a sister is, the more likely she is to agree with red pill talking points. The less attractive a sister is, the less likely she is to agree with red pill talking points. I might even make that a new axiom. I think I'm just testing out the theory, but I think there is something to it, because I have noticed that more attractive sisters don't really have a problem with anything we're saying. For example, if you want a man to pay all your bills, sis, you got to be bringing something to the table, starting with your looks. Men ain't gonna work themselves to an early grave with you looking like that. The attractive sisters ain't got no problem with that. They good with it. But the sisters that, you know, they looking like Miss Piggy or whatever, they the ones that's got all big problems. I mean, and just look at those sisters. There's a sister right now, I mentioned her the other day. There's a sister online right now on YouTube called The Spiritual Whistleblower.
Oh yeah.
And she's been going ham on Kevin Samuels. And the reason why is pretty simple. I mean, I'm not saying anything that's not public information that she hasn't put out herself. She's an older sister. She's in her 40s. And, you know, she struggles with her weight. Well, she even played the tape from Kevin saying off rip, if you're older and you got a weight issue, you can't get with me. She played the tape where Kevin said it. And that just set her off. I mean, this sister has been on a tear. It was March now. We're heading toward mid-March. She's been on a tear for like 2 months straight. An anti-Kevin Samuels tear. We all know the playbook. You know, you gay, you hate your mom, you hate yourself, your mama black. You know, we have the whole litany. You know, he's a narcissist because that's her stock and trade talking about narcissism. Oh, he's a narcissist, of course. You know, all this other stuff. But yeah, but sister, but you're still old. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's true. You're older and you have a weight problem. That's going to be an issue for black men like Kevin. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is. And, you know, sisters like that, they have a problem with that. Now, the attractive sisters, you don't see a whole bunch of attractive sisters calling Kevin wanting to cuss him out, and you don't see videos by sisters that are conventionally attractive, you know, wishing death on him and he gay and all the rest. No, look at the women who say that. Look at them. Look at it. They are the women who are older, fatter, fugglier. That's who they are. So therefore, I have to come up with another axiom. Obsidian's axiom number 45, as a general proposition, the more attractive a woman is, the less likely she will have any problem with red pill talking points. Conversely, the more unattractive a woman is, the more likely she will have a problem with red pill talking points. What do you think about that, Bernard?
Yeah, it's some truth to it, but it's not across the board, and it's you kind of almost got to look at it. You got to decode it sometimes because there's the sisterhood, and Kevin Samuels has actually dealt with this on his show where there's women who will, you know, pick up the flag, charge in the battle, fighting for some stuff that don't even apply to them.
You know what? That's a damn good point. He made it. Yes, he did indeed make a really good point about this. And he even did a show on this. And you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. He made. I'm paraphrasing him. You can go back and dig this up on his channel. But he did a show where he made the case that if you're a good-looking sister, you need to get away from your fat, fugly, and older fellow travelers. You need to get away from them. That sounds harsh. In some ways, it is. But the simple truth is, you got the pretty. You got every right not to waste your pretty. As a matter of fact, there was a book that came out some years ago by Demetria Lucas, and I call her Demetrius Lucas. Miss Demetrius Lucas put out a book called "Don't Waste Your Pretty." Oh, the irony! And you know, but it's true. If you're a good-looking sister, you need to get out from around. It's like Cinderella. See, this is the reason why Cinderella is such a powerful story. She's an attractive woman, but her sisters are fugly. You got to get away from them. And that's what happened in the story. What happened in the story? The prince came with the glass slipper, put it on her foot, and they rode off in the carriage. Did they take the fugly sisters with them? No.
Okay, see, that thing about women fighting for the overall cause of women, even when their life story doesn't even line up with what most women are talking about. Like we see that all the time. Like for example, with the broke down women. And I hate to hate to use it as an example, but okay, they could do a show called something like 50% of the bills, 50% of submission, or something like that. Or I don't know what it is, but but Concrete Rose, who works, who says she makes good money,
Yeah.
Said her husband works, said her husband makes decent money,
Right.
said she's submissive and follows the lead of her husband.
Right.
So here it is, a woman who's over 40, has a kid. The man who would accept her, she either she found some pushover, or she got on board with the man that will accept her, sat down and shut up. And even though she got to work, she's still going to follow that man lead, because she understands that her young hot 25-year-old days are over. So she's going to
you left out something else though.
Yeah.
You left out
What's
a third factor in the case of Miss Concrete Rose.
Uh-oh. I'm listening.
I was wondering if you want me to tell you what it was. The third factor that you left out, the third and very important variable in the mix, the key crucial ingredient, was the size of her bra strap.
Oh, okay. But even then,
if you got a powerful pair of cans, that could be the decisive factor.
Okay. All right, but we'll see. My overall point is this: you'll hear married women who apparently got on some man's program, still arguing and fighting for other women's excuse not to do it, even though they're doing it against all odds while also having to work. You see how that works?
Yeah.
And Kevin Samuels says it all the time on his show, where he talks to women who are in that position. They're either pushing 40 or over 40 with kids, talking about they want a high value man and they want to pay no bills. He's like, no, you're more than likely going to have to work. That's a young hot woman's game more times than not. There's exceptions to the rule.
There are exceptions to there are exceptions to the rule. You can get an older. Okay, so let's start from the reverse premise. So I'm a short guy, right? I'm 5'7". Yes, I'm actually 5'7". I'm the tallest of the short guys. Short guys begin at 5'7". Okay.
You're the tallest.
Yeah, I'm the tallest of the short guys.
The skinniest kid at fat camp.
Right, exactly. So okay. I realize as a short guy, as a non-select guy, because let's face it, in Black America, if you're a short guy, you're non-select automatically. Now, you can mitigate the non-selectiveness to a degree, and I'm going to tell you how. One way is that you have a big wallet. You may be short in stature, but you got a big wallet though. That wallet got a lot of weight. And that wallet will remove, shout out to Uncle Dave, David Carroll, that wallet, the weight of that wallet, that black card, you know what I'm talking about. That black card removes a multitude of imperfections and sins. So that's one way you can get around it. The other way you got to get around it, and here I got to give a shout out to the Dom Game Division and C Boogie and all these guys. They're right about this. Steph is cold, all these guys, they're right. You got to get in shape. You got to. You can't be short and fat. You can't. You can be short. Okay, fair enough, but you can't be fat. You can't have that big old spare tire around the middle. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you got to have washboard abs, super buff and all. I'm not saying that. You just can't say that you got that Michelin Man tire thing happening. You can't.
Well, I think it does need to be said, but sometimes with some of their channels, I think it's almost like a water is wet argument when they're saying that you can't be fat. Yeah, I think everybody understands that. I think sometimes it comes from a place of any guy that has an honest critique of women, it gets spun around as you just short and fat and ugly. It's like,
right, yeah.
So that's the part of it where I just glaze over, where it's like, okay, whatever. But there is an aspect of it that yes, it is elementary information that yes, you do need to.
And by the way,
be as in good of shape as you possibly can, within reason. Yeah. That's
and I say this in the Book of Obsidian. You need to be reasonably in shape for a man of your age.
I like how you worded that. That's perfect.
So if you're like, I'm in my 50s. So if you're in your 50s, you need to be reasonably in shape for a man in your 50s. You don't need no little blue pill to get it up. You don't, you ain't got a whole lot of, blubber on you. I mean, you're reasonably fit for a man of your age. I mean, for a man of my age, I'm considered, by the ladies, I'm considered pretty fit for a man of my age. So yeah, you age adjusted. And I'm up before in the morning. Everybody knows to deal with me. Shout out to Marcus Cargill of Cargill Fitness. I feel fantastic. And you really need to get in touch with him. He'll help you too. He's a kettlebell expert. I swear by him. So yeah, and you put in your cardio and you watch your diet, you'll be reasonably fit and in shape for a man of your age. Whether in my case, 50s. And he specializes, by the way. I didn't know this. I talked to him about it. He specializes in working with older guys. He has guys as old as 80 that he works with.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he has guys in their 80s that he works with. So yeah, he's definitely works and guys who have injuries on the job like I did, things of that nature, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely get with Marcus Cargill. He will definitely help you. He did wonders for me. I feel fantastic. The pain is virtually gone. I mean,
oh really?
Yeah, my back pain. Yeah, back pain. Yeah, the back pain. It was linked to the diet. See, eating for me, by the way, let's do a disclaimer here. I am not a medical doctor. I don't want to make any medical claims. I don't want to put anything on Bernard. Please go, and brothers need to go to the doctor anyway. Please go to your doctor, talk about it with your doctor, things of that nature, okay? But I'm going to give you my personal testimony. I had learned that the consumption of meat, beef, chicken, turkey, that sort of thing, the consumption of that was contributing to my back pain. How? Because it was creating inflammation in the joints. And when I gave up the meat, the turkey, all of that, when I gave that up, the pain went away almost overnight. So I have a primarily plant-based diet. I do eat seafood. That's my stand-in for meat. But other than that, I don't eat any other meat or any form of meat other than seafood. I feel fantastic. Man. I mean, I used to take pills, Tylenol, that sort of thing. I used to take that several times a week to mitigate the pain. Now, no longer. And this major injuries and whatnot that I sustained on the job that, drove me into an early retirement, 10 years ago, things of that nature. No, I mean, I've been able to, increase my range of movement. That was the main thing. I was never wanting to be real all big and swollen, but I'm already short. I want to be like a little fire plug. No, my thing was to be agile, quick, agile, and increase my endurance. That was the main thing I wanted to do, especially when I'm stroking her from behind. You know what I mean? That was the main thing I wanted to do, was increase that endurance. Yeah.
So that's what it's all been about. You've been talking about the kettlebells and Marcus Cargill and all of this stuff for like a year now. You've been talking about that's been the end goal. Just so you can get a few more strokes in. That's it.
Every little bit counts. every stroke counts there. Yeah. You never know when it's the stroke that might do it.
Indigenous TV says you could be fat, you just have to be funny. You have to be jovial and make women smile, like Kevin James or John Candy. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, we all know one. Like, I know one fat guy who he knocks it out the park with the ladies. But he's just an overall entertaining guy. Been popular since high school. He sing. He's funny. He dressed well and well groomed and all kind of stuff like that. He maximizes everything else, but then he just has just a natural niche out there where he just has it. He's just that entertaining guy. I worked with him, and on the job he was like everybody's best friend. He just had one of those personalities where everybody loved him. He had like 25,000 followers on Twitter, posts funny videos, and like I said, and he was like semi-locally famous. So he So you can build a certain amount of status and yeah, and get on as a fat guy, but typically you want to lose the weight. Every fat guy doesn't fall in that category.
Yeah, you're right, because here's the other thing, and we're still dealing with the Rona, fellas. It ain't over till it's over. I know that there's word on the street that President Joe Biden, 46th president of the United States, and leader of the free world, asterisk, we understand that he has announced that there will be more one-shot deal type of vaccines and so forth coming down the pike in a few more months. But it ain't over till it's over. Black people, black men in particular, are very susceptible to the Rona if you have the following. 1, you're over the age of 55. I'm 52. 2, you are significantly overweight. 3, if you have pre-existing health conditions, a bad heart, bad kidneys, sugar diabetes, etc., so forth. The number one thing you can do to help yourself, brothers, all brothers listening, please lose the weight. I'm not saying you got to get. Derrick Jackson is a physical specimen of a man. He's like a black Captain America. I ain't talking about that. I'm just saying just lose the gut fat. I'm not saying washboard abs. Just lose the gut fat. That overhang over your belt. You know what I'm talking about. You got to get that off. You want to look down and be able to see the junk clearly. Especially, and you definitely want to be able to see the junk clearly, because that way you can see it going in and out of the Lincoln Tunnel there.
The fat guy that I worked with that was a ladies' man. It was sure, shout out to Skizzy215. Thanks for the super chat. And like what John Clark said right there, Bernard said, I know one fat guy who's a ladies' man. Yeah, me and him, we were cool enough where I actually asked him the question, because we were cool. We working 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours a day right next to each other. So we talking about everything. We talking about women. We talking about this, and and I looked at his stomach, and I'm like, because the part of the best part about watching a woman give an oral presentation is watching her do it.
Did somebody say oral?
Yeah. The best part is watching her do it, but I was just sitting there looking at him, and I hate, no homo, but I was looking at how far his stomach came out, and I'm like, you can't even enjoy the show. Like your stomach is in the way of the show. Like and then he paused for like 5 seconds, and he was like, "Yeah, I know." He said he does weird things where he's trying to like move the stomach over and lean. He's trying to see. But he said he overcame the problem with mirrors. But then he said he sometimes, he's confident in his fatness to where, but he said sometimes he don't like the mirror right there because I guess, anyway, I guess his fatness, he sometimes don't want to be looking, but he gets a lot of hot women though. He gets a lot of hot women, but yeah, he has to do little belly tricks to try to see what's going on down there, because yeah, his stomach is blocking the action. So you gotta get that. Yeah, you gotta at least get the stomach out the way so you can see the full. Yeah. Anyway, I want to talk about that tape a little more that we watched, where the comparison between some belly tricks. Yeah, cut it out. But no, the comparison between a woman's weight and a man's height, and a lot of people have made the point quite clear that a man can't change his height; she can change her weight. But so it's even.
Now don't get me wrong, because that lovely lady in the thumbnail, she's got some. She's well endowed. We'll just put it that way.
Her breasts are big, but shout out to Game Changer. Everything is big on her, but her breasts are big. But yeah, you can see that. Yeah, her waist does come in. Yeah, if she lost some weight, she has the shape to where something can shake right there. Well,
you sound like a man. You look like, we see you in your man cave there, and we see you with your chalice and so forth. Mm-hmm. You strike me as a man that has somewhat cultured taste. You might be familiar with Knob Creek.
Knob Creek? No.
No, you're not familiar with Knob Creek? Knob Creek is a very good bourbon. And
it's on my list. I'll put it on my list.
Oh yeah, you'll like it. You'll like it, Bernard. And see, what you do is if you have some Knob Creek and you get a double shot of Knob Creek, and then you turn off the lights with that endowment, I mean, you can have a really great time there.
Like I said, there was a time post-marriage where I was just so happy to be getting some new action from some new women that I was taking all comers, and that woman in the thumbnail definitely would have got it. Eventually, I got to the point where I was like, nah, okay, I'm poor, but they gotta bring it in a little more than that. they gotta tighten it up a little more than that. But I still
now,
still
of course, the ideal. We losing the lovely lady in the thing there. Now, of course, the ideal is to snatch that waist all the way in. Of course, nice flat stomach. Oh my goodness, see, this goes back to what I was saying with Marcus Cargill or Cargill Fitness. That's where that comes in, because that can, when you're dealing with a situation like that, I mean, let's just say that you have to go really slow.
But yeah, no, that's when I asked my editor to put together the thumbnail, I told him use a fat woman, but I didn't know how fat he was going to go. I was like, with some black man, I in my mind, I was like, he going to use a woman that for some black man, they're going to be like, hey, I might could go in and climb that mountain. some brothers don't care.
There's some shorter guy, and if we had Sir Jism, because I understand that Sir Jism is part of the short guy coalition.
Sirism is 5'5". Yeah,
he's part of the short guy cartel. And but see,
little fella federation.
Yeah, the little fella foundation. And but see, I don't know about Sir Jism. I can't speak for him. And my man, the little buttermilk Negro, Edward Anderson. We don't know what kind of woman he goes for in terms of height. But me, I love Amazons, always have. And so, but there apparently quite a few other shorter guys do too. And I've learned over the years, nothing scientific, but I've learned over the years a number of taller, lovely ladies, more of the more Amazon Athena, goddess Athena type lovely ladies. They have confided in me, and they shall remain nameless, of course, that quite a few shorter guys think that a effective pickup line is to walk up to them and inform them that they were preparing to climb Mount Everest or get on a jungle gym or, get in a volcano or something like that. And that's not appealing to the ladies. They don't like being compared or likened to, Mount Vesuvius or Kilimanjaro or, a jungle gym, a skyscraper. You're going to be, she's a skyscraper and you're King Kong, that sort of thing. They don't find that attractive. Now, I've never done that. I never thought that. It never occurred to me. I see a nice, 5'10", 5'11" hottie, and I say, you know what? I'm going to climb her like King Kong climbed the World Trade Center. It never occurred to me to say, to think it, and definitely never to say it. But apparently, we got a lot of brothers in the Little Fella Foundation that are
Federation, not foundation.
Yeah, the Little Fella Federation going up to taller ladies and expressing their desire to climb them like they're King Kong and she's the Empire State. That's not effective.
I don't know if, I haven't heard guys say that to a woman, but I have heard guys, and I even use the term referring to a tall woman. They're like, yeah, I like to climb that tree, but that's not game that you go spit to her. Like, no, that's not. I don't think that's effective either. I hope guys aren't doing that. I hope they're not.
Oh, well, again, nothing scientific, but there have been a number of lovely taller ladies who have confided in me that they all have had at least one shorter guy who has said words to that effect. Jungle gym, climbing like the Empire State Building, and they're gonna be King Kong, all this sort of thing.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question, because this came up on the show before, because I have ran into this issue with taller women, and shout out to Kevin Samuels, the way he described something. He said that there was a taller woman who said no, he said it was a taller woman that he was dealing with, that she had to run outside. She was in his house, she had to run outside real quick. she like grabbed his sweatshirt or hoodie and a pair of shoes and just stepped into a pair of shoes and ran outside real quick. And he was just looking like, damn, that almost fit, and that turned him off completely. And I was looking at that like, you know what? That's a legit problem. With me being 6'1", and I like taller women, and they put on your shirt, it's always cute when a girl put on your shirt. And it's normally cute when your shirt is when she's kind of drowning in it. But when she put on your shirt and it fit, it's like it's a weird thing. Or when y'all laying in the bed, her head on your shoulder, and you look down and her feet, her legs are stretching out further than yours. Or there's like it's so many little situations that just does that turn you off when stuff, little situations like that. I made the comparison. I'm 6'1". I have dated 5'11" women. I've dated a 6'1" woman. We do like this. It's almost the same. Does that turn you off? Because Little Big Nate said he solves that problem by he like 5'3" or under, because he's 5'6". So he said he keep him under 5'3", but you like him tall. So does that bother you that you're technically going to end up with a woman whose foot may be as long as yours, or hand may be as long? Yours is going to be bigger, thicker, stronger, obviously, but might be the same length. Like, does that bother you?
Absolutely not. Now we do have to admit that, and speaking of Eddie Murphy, he's addressed this in an excellent little movie called Boomerang. There are black women out there who have feet akin to Barney Rubble or Hank McCoy, the Beast of the X-Men fame. We do have black women that's like that, and black women having big old Shaq Fu type feet, that's not attractive. I mean, if you got a size 13 men's shoe, that's not attractive.
But when you deal with taller women, they be having some big ass feet. You can't get around it. Well, now, sometimes.
I've been very fortunate that the ladies, the lovely ladies that are taller, they do have small feet for their size. In other words, they wear like a size 9, 10. Whereas, I have seen women, they're size 24, that sort of thing. And I've noticed that there are ladies that are built akin to Michael Strahan, and that's not attractive.
Well, let me make a correction. Let me make a correction. Because you're saying right there, so you like a Yeti size feet on a chick. No, I don't like it. I like tall women. It happens to be the case that one of the consequences of that is that, yeah, they might have some bigger hands and bigger feet because they're,
and then they're hairy on top of that.
No. I don't do the hairy. But that's one of the.
There are some really hairy sisters, though. You do know that.
No, that exists. That exists. But my whole point.
They got some hella, and not just hairy leg. The hairy leg. They got the hairy leg thing happening there, but they also got the hairy forearms and in other areas. I'm not going into all of that.
The point that I'm making is that when you like tall women, usually some sacrifices have to be made. You got the hands and the feet. Hopefully they not bulky and hairy or nothing like that.
Well, I mean,
they're going to be long. They're going to be. She's going to wear a bigger shoe size than a 5'3" woman if she's 5'10". That's just.
Sometimes you got to put on an iron lung. Just dive right into that bush.
Shout out to Silent Lamont in the building. He says Bernard looking like Tim the bartender. I don't know who Tim the bartender is. See, Silent, your jokes, they always go over my head. I don't know who Tim the bartender is. Must be an awesome guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, some ladies have look. This is what I recommend for the ladies that have a foot problem. Okay, just keep the socks on. You can wear some nice, cute, booty socks. Keep them on. Okay, that can work. Just don't take the socks off or anything like that. You know what I mean? Don't let them see you with the socks off. It's the same thing with the ladies that have some, I guess you would consider more unsightly areas. I mean, there's a way to get around that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can work with it, yeah, because men are very visual, and that could just, kill the whole mood there. You get instant, wilted flowers or something, you see? So you could do creative lighting and things of that nature. I mean, all kind of ways you can work around it. You can work it just like the Big Brother you was talking about with the Hall of Mirrors effect there happening.
Yeah, that was funny. He had to do belly tricks so he can see the show. Shout out to War Master 7. He just sent a cash app. He says, for the thumbnail. I'm glad y'all like that thumbnail.
Yeah, it's very, very illustrative. And like I said, there's a lot of brothers that'll do that. Well, now, of course, we can't be seen in public with her. You know, we do understand that we can't be seen in public. But I mean, you know, when nobody's looking, and you know, especially when you're going through a little bit of a dry patch there, you know, you get you a bottle of Knob Creek, and you hit her up around 11, 12 o'clock at night, and you know, and you're out by dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got to Google Tim the bartender. Y'all be telling me I look like all these people. I have to just get to Googling to try to figure out who the hell I look like today. I look like somebody different every day, apparently. So I do gotta Google that one. But yeah, let's excuse me. But why do you think that let's look at it from this. Somebody said Draymond Riley. Cut it out. Why do you think that is? Or well, let me ask you this. Do you think that without the ascension of Kevin Samuels, do you think what happened in the tape that we reviewed, do you think that would even happen? Do you think her consciousness probably would not have been even raised to the point of thinking, oh,
that's a very good question. I would love to talk to Kendra G and ask her that question. That's a very good question that you asked. You know, there is the Kevin Samuels effect that's undeniable. We could reasonably assume it, but we don't know for certain. I would love to ask her and find out, but that's a damn good question. Because he has successfully put on the map. Look, you know, size matters, ladies. And you know, if you're going to be now Kevin didn't do this, so that we're clear. Kevin didn't do this. I did. I don't mind a curvaceous sister, but that's it. She has to be curvaceous. You know, like Instagram model curvaceous.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a big girl, that's how you got to do it. You got to snatch that waist all the way in. Yeah, that giant sucking sound is that liposuction, just sucking it all up. I mean, if that's how you want to do it, if you're going to play that role, if you're going to be that, okay.
I think that's going to start becoming more and more common, where not just chicks who are using their body for their Instagram page or just, you know, trying to make a living off of their body. It's going to be to the point where, and it probably already is to that point, where just regular chicks, you know, off the strength of their $8,000 income tax check, are going to be going to get, you know, sucked. I actually worked with a chick that was in the process of doing that, you know, so, and she was just a regular chick. She was a chick that I talked about on the show yesterday that took that worked a lot of overtime. She's the only chick that worked as much overtime as the guys. You know, we work in overtime to, you know, take care of our families, or some brothers or white dudes in there working a hella overtime. They had child support to pay and all kind of stuff, so they had to work a lot of overtime just so they can have a regular check to live off of. So what it was only one woman that worked there that competed with us in terms of working a lot of overtime, and that was a girl. You know, she was, you know, about 25, really big breasts, and she had to fund her girls trips. And one thing that, now by the time I started working with her, she was looking good, and she said that she was set up to do a surgery, like the whole little I don't know. She was going to get her midsection, all of that snatched out. I think she got sick or something, and she just ended up losing weight from being sick, so she didn't have to do the surgery. So it just coincidence happened. But she was in the process of just getting that done with just her regular money she just saved up from her check. So I think that's going to be a thing where women are going to be getting it's going to be common that regular average Jane working girls are going to that sounds like I'm talking about something different. Just talking about regular average earning women getting an income tax check or saving some money, going to be going to get the what is known as bad bitch surgery.
Yep.
And
I mean, hey, I mean, look, I have no problem with it. I'm in full of within reason. Obviously, we're not talking about Lil Kim or Wacko Jacko type stuff, but I mean, within reason, as the old black folks used to say, she still look natural. I'm down with that. I mean, look, ladies. First of all, number one, there has been a decided uptick in we'll just call them Dr. Miami treatments among black women. This is documented. So what you're saying is true, Bernard. The more rank and file black woman has been availing herself of these procedures. That's number one. Number two, though, however, you have to be very careful. Aside from the obvious risks that go along with any surgery, and I've had surgeries myself. Aside from those risks on their own, it's highly recommended that you get counseling. See, this goes back to Kevin again. Ladies, if you want to do this, it's highly recommended that you get. Now, this is what I've read. You get counseling. Why? Because for a lot of black women, the weight issue is a deeply emotional issue. They're eating and consuming because they have deep, profound emotional issues. And if you go and get the surgery, right, and you look fantastic, whatever, but you haven't dealt with the emotional issues that got you that way, chances are very high you're going to get back there. There have been studies done on this. So it's highly recommended that you get counseling first and address what it is that made you get big. Then the second step, in addition to the counseling, the second step is you have to do a lifestyle change. You have to change your diet. For most black women, not all, but for most black women, that's going to mean some form of plant-based diet. Some iterations, some more, some less, but for most black women, it's going to involve a plant-based diet, and on top of that, it's going to involve you working out a lot. I mean, that's going to be for the rest of your life. That's not going to be for I just do this for 6 months and no, this is going to be the rest of your life. That's going to be your lifestyle until you leave out of here. All right, and after you spend a few years doing that, and to be fair, there are ladies that either have children or they get older or they whatever, and they just can't lose whatever it is. And the ladies listening will know what I'm talking. The lovely ladies listening, they understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, at that point, you've done all that you could. You got the counseling, you squared away the emotional issues. You change your diet. You're working out strong and all the rest of it, but you just can't get that last 20 pounds or whatever. Yeah, then in that case, yeah, you go and hit up Dr. Miami. But remember, that's not the solution. The solution is you having your mind right. Shout out to Nagone 11. This applies to the ladies too. You having your mind right. You having your lifestyle right. And to be fair, a lot of that does involve the men that black women deal with. Black men can be there are not all black men. Let me be very careful with this. There are some black men who can be very toxic. There's truth in that statement. So you're going to have to, and I'll take it a step further. There are other black women in your life that can be very toxic. There could be family members that could be toxic. You're going to have to get rid of, it's not just a matter of the food. It's a matter of your surroundings. It's a matter of the people that are in your life. You're going to have to purge all them out too. That giant sucking sound just ain't the liposuction. It's the giant sucking sound of taking all those people out of your life. So this is why, yes, Dr. Miami, very helpful, but it has to be paired with all these other things first.
Silent Lamont in the building, he says, oh man, got the Knob Creek and the bean pie ready for her.
Yeah.
Perfect Storm says there is a big difference between curves and lumps. That's a good one. Silent Lamont says,
yeah, go ahead.
They says they need a fat-free water diet.
Yeah. There's a brother in the chat room that said he doesn't like the word toxic because it sounds feminine. I understand why he says that, because a lot of women, not just the lovely ladies of the black community, but our sisters from other fathers, they have used and abused the term toxic masculinity to the point where it no longer has any meaning. So I understand where you're from with that. But there is truth to the fact, and there have been studies that have been done on this, marriages, family relations and so forth. There have been studies that have been done that there can be people in your life, either family members or co-workers and so on, that can be very, very harmful to you. That just getting around that fact. And then this is very true for a lot of women, because women are much more socially attuned than men are. Women are much more sensitive to social situations than men are. They're much more sensitive to their surroundings than men are. So in order for a woman to transform herself physically, all of that has to be taken into account. It just can't be a simple thing of you going under the knife and that's it. It has to be a complete, total change of lifestyle. Everything. The people you're in your life, the men you deal with, all of that. All of that has to, the food you eat and all the rest of all of that has to change. Your routine every day, all of that has to change. If you want to keep the post Dr. Miami body right, if you want to keep that right for the, for the long term, that's what's going to be required. And let's be honest, the financial piece aside, because you're right, Bernard, there are women, in the Black community today, the lovely ladies who can afford many of these procedures, no doubt. But are they committed to all the other things?
Right, because there is a lot of post-procedure stuff that you have to do, and it can end up being a weird thing because I've researched some stories about this. There's some women, they may have money to get the front done, but not the back done.
Exactly.
So their back is all out of whack.
Right.
Or even if they get the stomach and the back together, okay, their arms are still arms are still flying, floating in the wind.
Exactly.
It's so. Yeah, they end up looking like fullbacks. Everything sucked in right here, but they all so
exactly. Which can be done. I mean, you can get the arms done and all that too, but these are very expensive procedures. And you're right, all of that has to be taken into account. And any doctor worth his or her salt will point that out to you.
Yeah, because listen, and that's where it gets to the point where they actually can't afford it, because if you got to get stomach, back, arms done, and the ones who are really committed, they get implants too with it. So
and look, listen,
we getting up to $50,000. That's $50,000.
I was about to say, we're looking at, on average, I would say average, the average Black woman getting that type of, to get what I call IG model grade, whatever age, from 50 on down, to get IG model grade, you're looking at on average about 50 grand.
Mm-hmm.
On average. That's just straight surgical procedures. That's not including psychological counseling. That's not including fitness trainers. That's not including people to help you with your diet, dietitians and so forth. That's just straight surgery. Mm-hmm. About 50 grand. When you add it all up, you're looking at better part of 100 grand. Yeah.
I'm laughing at something in the chat. Wait, Fatal Dose to Sage says, congrats, oh man, as an author of 3 novels. I understand how rough the road is to publishing. You deserve a round of applause. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%.
I appreciate that.
Right on. I didn't know you were an author yourself, Fatal Dose. We got to talk about that someday. But Silent Mind says Dr. Detroit. That's what they going to, Dr. Detroit, down in somebody's basement. That way, that's how they can afford to get all of the whole trifecta: the stomach, back, arms, breasts, all that. They getting it all done.
And that's the reason why it's so important to try to go all these other routes, which are less expensive, as well as much more, effective insofar as what they're good for. It's much better for the ladies to go that route first and try to do as much as they can to move the needle that way. And then, that last look, I understand, there are things about ladies' bodies, and we don't have to go into all the details, but I understand that they just can't get over the hump with it, so to speak. Okay, Dr. Miami is the last final step. I get that. But make no mistake about it, it's going to cost. No doubt. It is going to cost.
Mm-hmm. Edward Anderson in the building. He says, at the end of the day, short men deal with it and move accordingly and don't complain. Black women need to do the same. It was another something that Edward Anderson said that I actually was trying to highlight. That's not the one that I meant to highlight. Where did it go? I'm trying to find his other what was this dude? Kevin Samuels Defense Force. that's a block worthy name, but I'm letting you rock. He said 50 grand is pretty cheap to have an IG model polishing.
Well, but that
okay, all right, yeah, we about to
here's the thing though.
Might have to get him out of here.
There was a study that was done because our good friend Derek Jackson wanted to relitigate the average at best scenario.
Yeah, he's still trying to make up for that loss. He's trying to figure out a way to sneak around the back and get the win. It's like, no, you already lost that debate. You done.
Yeah. And I pointed out that this study had been done that proves that a man that is earning very well, women will give you an extra 2 points. So let's say, for the sake of argument, me or Edward, other guys, short guys. Okay, so you coming through the door with a reduced rating because, let's face it, many lovely ladies of the community, they want the tall brothers. Okay. But if you got that big wallet and they know it, that takes you from a 4 to a 6. Now, if you're an average at best looking sister, but you're earning really high, that it won't work for you. You know how much you have to be earning as an average at best looking sister? You know how much you have to earn in order to gain any traction with the fellas? 10,000 times more.
Mm-hmm.
See, a guy only needs to earn two times more. But because for women, resources mean so much to them. Like I said, having a fat wallet covers a multitude of imperfections and sins if you're a short guy. But if you're a woman that is plain fat or just plain old fugly, even though you're earning really well, you would need to be a billionaire. If you earn $100,000 a year, you would need to be a billionaire in order to overcome that. And in the real world, we have proof of that. It's called Oprah.
Yeah.
That is the power of beauty for men, measured in dollars and cents. In other words, ladies, beauty is so important to men, it's like worth $1 billion. That's how much beauty is worth.
Would you say that Gabby Sidibe is a example of that? I mean, I think she
absolutely.
Yeah.
No disrespect to her. She ain't never done nothing to me. I wish her nothing but the best, but absolutely.
Yeah, that's certainly an example of that.
And so getting back to the Dr. Miami discussion, yeah, I mean, I can understand why sisters are availing themselves of it because there's a real payoff. I mean, if you now, somebody like a Feminista Jones was just too much of a how does Minister Japp, let me paraphrase the way Minister Japp puts it. She was too much of a Marmaduke to overcome that. She went under the knife as well, but she had some personality problems that just couldn't be overcome. But for a lot of ladies, if they're pleasant, they just need a little help. Yeah, it can be helpful. Yeah, guys will pay for that. Let's face it. I mean, out on the open market, Kevin is right to point this out. Out on the open market, the women are the sellers and the men are the buyers.
Mm-hmm.
And the more shiny you are, the more the more men want to buy. That's just the plain truth.
What do you think about what Edward Anderson is saying right here? He says, but at the end of the day, height is a central beauty marker. You are not going to change opinions on that. Are you even out to change opinions on that?
A beauty marker? I don't understand what he means.
I think more or less, okay, I don't know if beauty marker is the right word, but I think more or less what he's saying, it's an attraction trigger, obviously, for women and for some guys.
That's what I meant. I was like, is he talking about tall women here? Yeah, okay, I got you. So he's saying that it's male height is a central attractiveness marker for women. Mm-hmm. You're not going to change. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially the lovely ladies of the community. You're not going to change that with them. But what you can do is you can have that big wallet, because that big wallet covers a multitude of imperfections and sins. Ask me how I know. I would say the single biggest, and I'm going to talk about this in the Heightism book. I don't want to let slip when that book will be out, but I am going to work on it. I have the early beginnings of it, and I'm going to do that. And it is going to be, solutions based. If you're a shorter guy, just for the record, if you're a shorter guy, the single biggest thing that it will immediately bump you up several points, a big wallet. Immediately. Trust me. See, the great thing about the lovely ladies of the community is that they do a lot of capping. Oh, the lovely lady. They have raised capping to a fine art. I ain't gonna do this. I ain't gonna do that. Let me tell you something, man. If I had $1 for every time a sister said, he too short for me, I wouldn't even be on the air right now. I'd be rich, independently wealthy. A lot of sisters do a lot of capping. They say, especially around their girlfriends, they'll say all kind of stuff around them. Let me tell you something, man. You get them by themselves and they know that you got that big wallet. Yeah. If my couch could talk.
What do you think about what Devil's Bane is saying? That financial attraction isn't a substitute for physical attraction, in my opinion.
Said no successful man ever. The only guys who say that are broke guys. The successful guys don't even say stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, I generally agree with you, but I'll put a finer point on it. The guys who typically say that, whether or not they're broke, I know you don't mind taking shots at that, but whether or not they're broke, I'm leaving that one aside.
I never said that the individual in question was broke. I said that sentiment does not come from successful guys.
Gotcha.
It comes from guys who tend to be of more meager financial backgrounds.
Fair enough. But the related point that I will put on that, normally when we hear, and I'm just speaking from this space, normally when we hear guys making statements like that, normally it's from the guys who typically are only talking about women from a short-term basis. They only talking about short-term sex. They're talking about hooking up.
You can deal in that. We can deal in that wheelhouse.
Okay, but normally that's what they're talking about. Because if it's just short-term casual sex, then physical attraction carries more weight.
Money, power, and fame will trump physical attraction all day and twice on Sunday.
Okay, but then it goes back to what we said before about if we're talking about casual sex, how much money, power, and fame would he have to have? Because we're just talking about casual sex. I don't think women see that much of a difference between a guy making $35K versus a guy making $85K. If all we're talking about is hooking up, well, I think we would have to be talking about a guy who's just really getting. We're talking at 300,000 range or up.
Oh yeah.
In that situation, that guy walks in the room. Yeah, I think a woman will more quickly.
There was a study done about this some years back. By the way, this is another really great opportunity for me to brag on myself and let you know how great I am. Now I'm putting
you do that a lot, Obsidian. I don't know if you noticed that.
And we were getting. Let me see, what time is it? It's 15 minutes past the hour. I haven't had a chance to brag on myself yet. So let me go ahead and do that for this hour. I'm putting together an R&D team for Obsidian Radio. So because the year 2021 is the year of Obsidian Radio Inc. And I got a number of guys already working for me doing video work. And I see you got a guy doing some video work for you. So I'm glad that the Bernard Riley organization is expanding. So I'm working on that. And I also got some guys, and I got one guy on board, and I want to bring on some other quants on board so we can have our own research and development department, because we are the dating scientist and dating coach for the non-select guys. And we want to bring those guys on and deal with science. And one of the things that the one guy I have so far on the staff, he brought to my attention, there was a study done years ago where it was studied about male height and what you would need financially in order to compensate for the lack of height. So A man at 6'1" would need to make about $62,000 a year in order to attract the attention of a woman. Whereas a man of my height at 5'7", I would need to make approximately $250,000 to get that same attention.
Mm.
So this has already been studied. And you want to know what I say as the official a short guy and official spokesman for the Little Guy Federation? I say that's great. You know why? Because I'll put that together with fame and power, and people already know who I am. So when I walk in the room, oh shit, that's Obsidian. Oh really? I kind of like that cane. And then later on in the evening, yeah.
That's a very curious question, Dennis Mitchell. You said, so Obsidian, what advice do you give to non-select guys? I'm curious about this. Have you ever listened to Obsidian talk? Like most, if not all, well, no more 80% of his advice is to non-select guys. His whole book is advice or is information for non-select guys. Like, what are you talking about here? I'm curious what Obsidian has to say about non-select guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often do you beat your wife, right? Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, that the solution for the non-select guy, you're a short guy, if you're a guy that's not particularly handsome or a combination thereof, like I said, that big wallet covers a multitude of imperfections and sins. And this is all scientifically validated. It's science. It's not my opinion. Money, power, and fame is the great equalizer.
We're at the 2-hour mark. Let's go a different route. And we didn't pre-plan on talking about this, but it's semi-related since we're talking about non-select guys. And I want to get your, well, I've kind of heard your opinion on this, but it's resurfaced again. The whole traveling thing. These guys are getting called lame, or they're this, they're that, they're blah blah blah. And in many ways, they could be defined as guys who are non-select.
Right.
In the
but they're getting the choicest cuts of poon.
They're getting what?
They're getting the choicest cuts of poon. They're getting Brazilian poon, the Dominican Republican poon, Puerto Rican poon, Costa Rican poon. They're getting the choicest cuts. Wouldn't you be mad?
No,
you would be mad too. I mean, you're getting reports from these. You're getting real-time reports from these guys who are getting these lovely exotic ladies, and you're just sitting there, on the sidelines, fuming and foaming at the mouth in impotent rage.
I don't understand that. I've been trying to get somebody to help me to understand that. SKC of all people, I think, made one of the better arguments, but it fell flat at some point. I mean, SKC is sort of on the team of those guys to some degree. He's not traveling for women and whatnot. But I haven't heard anybody make it make sense. I just haven't.
Well, I mean, it's very simple. I mean, don't you see the green-eyed monster of envy when you see it? Don't you know it when you see it? It's very simple. I mean, when the whole thing went down with Stovetop Gate, what was that, a year or two ago? I was happy for Game Changer. I was like, great, that's wonderful. He
actually showed a picture of the lovely lady.
Now, how likely is that for you to get here in the United States? I mean, come on. In the bowels of Black America, how likely is that? I mean, come on.
She was pretty good looking. I mean,
exactly.
She could have got a stove and a microwave thrown in there. Yeah,
I would have gave her a whole Frigidaire.
She wouldn't have got a Frigidaire out of me. Maybe some. Maybe an air mattress.
I'd have gotten her a gas stove and a Frigidaire. The double door stainless steel deal with the ice cup thing there.
Yeah. I understand it right. I think it cost him $100 after he spent a week with her. He bought it for her as he was leaving.
What a bargain!
Nice little parting gift for the woman that was doing oral presentations for him for a week. Yeah, but anyway, I don't understand. I don't understand the outrage or the criticism in that. And I do know, like, for example, shout out to Solo TV 84. There's some guy who I'm not even going to say the guy's name, who's just flat out weird, who sending solo videos of him having the guy I guess recorded himself having sex with some woman out there that he purchased, and he's sending it to Solo TV 84. Like, see, I'm having like, yeah, okay, it's some weird people out there that they need to be addressed. But the overall concept of brothers traveling, just going out. I mean, you work hard, you play hard, you save up a couple $1,000s. You want to go have some fun, go travel, see the world, and dip into some of the local ladies, the local lovely ladies of the DR, Brazil, or wherever the hell you go. It just sounds like a good time, and I'm struggling to figure out why are people just so upset about guys just going out, just having a good time, enjoying their vacations, and having sex with some women out there, paying for it or not paying for it. I don't understand it, but I think some people are closing in on part of the reason, and maybe you could give some thoughts and commentary on that. That is almost like there are some people who are saying, I don't know if this is true, but it's almost like the non-select guy is not supposed to win, and they don't like that they found a cheat code to win and get sex from women that probably are at least sevens. It's almost like they're they don't want to see the non-select guy winning.
Oh,
and then on some of those channels that criticize, when they start talking about the women that they deal with, women like the woman in the thumbnail and bigger, and they'll be saying all of them, not all of them, but a percentage of them have said, oh yeah, they'll have sex with that. And so, but basically when you read between the lines, it sounds like a lot of the people that are criticizing the traveling guys are not really getting the most the choice cut of
but they're not getting the high cuts of poon.
Yeah, so it does seem like a little haterade on guys, on guys who figured out a way to go and get something better, and the stuff that the people that are landlocked are getting is not better, and they're hating on that because these guys are the non-select lames losers who aren't supposed to win, but they figured out a way to win using their ability to travel the world. It's coming off like that. I don't want to typecast it as just that. It might be something else, but I do think that's a factor in the equation for some of them. Go ahead, you got it, and I'll let you. I gotta step away for a second. I'll be able to hear you, so go ahead and riff on that.
Yeah,
now that I set you up.
24 minutes past the hour. You're here on Bernard Riley's Grown Man Hour show. I am Mumia Obsidian Ali. The topic of the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is Heightism versus Fatism. Are they both one and the same? I say no, for obvious reasons. But the question was put on the floor about this reigniting of the Passport Brothers SYPM debate. We supposedly have put this to bed a year ago, 2 years ago, but it's come roaring back. And my take on it is pretty obvious. I mean, which would you rather choose? Would you rather choose some fresh Caribbean red snapper poon, or would you rather deal with the Baltimore lake trout poon? Would you rather deal with right here in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love? Would you rather deal with Schuylkill River poon? I mean, would you rather deal with what is that? A 6 and 7 and 8 mile poon from Motown? I mean, come on. I mean, the choice is obvious, but it does cost to get you some of that Caribbean red snapper poon. It does cost. I mean, after all, you got to get there. I mean, you got to fly there, right? I mean, generally, we talking about a flight, catching a flight. So you do have to get there. You got to get lodgings and so forth. And the brother game changer, hail fellow, well met. He broke the sister off for her service, which I have absolutely no problem with. Like I said, I would have done better than him. I took a look at that lovely lady. I said, hell, I'd have gotten her a Frigidaire on top of that. I'd have done one better. She'd have shown me a nice time down there in DR for a month or whatever. Oh, hell yeah. I'll get a whole brand new kitchen. No problem. Paint it up real nice, the whole bit. And it ain't no thing to me. Hey, look, man. A fair exchange is no robbery. Fair exchange is no robbery. Is she bringing the beauty and the submissiveness and the femininity, and then she's offering the appropriate propitiations to the black monolith? I mean, what's not to like? Really? What's not to like? I have no problem with it. I got absolutely not. When it first all went down with Game Chat, I said, man, good on you. That was my view by it. And yeah, I got no problem with it. I would have got her a gas stove, a Frigidaire, new sink, all of that. She'd have had a whole hookup, tile floor. Yeah. Let me put it to you this way. When I get finished with it, she'd be asking me, Poppy, when the next time you coming back? That's how I do it. Ain't no thing to me. So, now the brothers who have issues with that, I mean, they're telling on themselves. They're saying that they don't have the resources, they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have all of that. It takes money to go to Brazil. It takes money to go to Dominican Republic. It takes money to go to Cartagena, Colombia. It takes money to do that. It takes money to have a good time. These ladies like to have a good time, man. And in those cultures, unlike here in the United States, they don't do the whole, 50-50 and all that going back and forth, 50% of the bills, 50% of the submission. They're all the way 50%, 100% on the submission, but you got to play your part. I got absolutely no problem with that. You got the lovely Afro Cabana ladies. I got no problem with it. But then, I have a wallet that covers a multitude of imperfections and sins.
Yeah, I was listening to you when I was up there. Yeah, she wouldn't have got her whole kitchen done out of me, but it's it's definitely nothing wrong with doing something nice for a lady. That's done something nice for you. I mean, come on, like that's he saved money on the hotel versus just staying at her house and having sex with her and not having to buy a hotel. Yeah,
really, come on.
That was a nice gesture. Nice gesture.
Now,
come
what
on.
river do they have? That's what body of water do they have? Well, Lake Michigan.
In Michigan, we got a lot of lakes
near Detroit, because you're near Detroit, right?
Oh, about an hour and a half away from Detroit, but yeah, we got it's
a ways out.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a little down. Some about an hour, hour 50, well, maybe hour and a half. But yeah, we got plenty of. I mean, it's a lot of.
What would be the closest body of water to the great city of Detroit, Motown?
Oh my goodness, let's just go with Lake Erie. Let's just go with that.
All right. So what would you rather have? Would you rather have some nice fresh Caribbean red snapper WAP, or would you rather have some Lake Erie Motown 8 Mile with Eminem WAP? Now, which one would you rather have?
Yeah, right. The fresh Lake Erie. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going with the red snapper from the Caribbean WAP. All day and twice on Sunday.
Mr. Shane Vicious says you can. Okay, here's the tricking expert. He says you can get more for your tricking in DR, Thailand, and the Philippines. Thank you for that information. Needed to know that. Thank you for that information. Who else we got in here? Simon Landreth says income / hotness scale 1 million equals 10, 250K to 1 million equals 9, 100 or 25, 250K equals 8, 60 to 100K 7, 40 to 60K equals 6, under 40K and 5 and under needs work or unmarriageable. That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Kevin Samuels says he didn't break it down exactly like that, but he did.
Sentiment, yeah,
he did break it down in a similar way. I mean, and there's variables to it. I mean, people typically don't. Well, we don't need to do the hashtag not all thing here. There's obviously exceptions and variables because there's a lot of moving parts and human beings are complex. But I do think it's a general rule of thumb that if we're talking about a long-term situation, a marriage, a family, one that's going to be functional and it's going to work, that tends to be generally true. Because I mean, I'll go with that from a, what he's saying, from a general perspective. Yeah, that sounds roughly about right, give or take a number of variables. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, oh, by the way, Game Changer wanted to join the discussion, by the way.
Oh, yeah, send them I'll send them the link.
Yeah. So I mean, my thing is to just to recap on this. I think that the reignition, and I'm not going to mention any names, and it's not about the names, it's about the issue. I think the reignition of this particular issue is a tempest in a teapot, and it's just telling on the brothers who don't have resources. They're trying to, game the system. Look, man, the science of human mating dictates that the female of the species is the more choosier, and she chooses males with more resources than fewer resources. That's both short-term and long-term mating. That's what the science says. That's not my opinion. That's not what Day and them told me at the barbershop. That's not what, me regaling experiences back in 1989. This is the science. Science says the female of the species is the more pickier and choosier, and they choose on the basis of resources and provisioning. That's what they choose for, short-term and long-term. And we have evidence of that in our good brother, Game Changer. He was only there for what, a couple weeks, a month, something like that? There you go. Why didn't she get with Winston down on the beach there with the I can't say it on the air, but
Winston.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Anyone about Winston? That Winston. Penis. Yeah, he's got a really prodigious one there. Why didn't she get with him and have fun for a month for the free? Why didn't she do that?
Silo Lamont in the building with a super chat. He says, "Can we do a roast and cap show?" Perhaps. I don't know. I like when brother Xavier, I don't know if he's still doing that. I know he did it for a little bit with Fantastic, and it was fantastic, pun intended there. It was pretty good. But so I don't know. I don't know if I'll do that here. But we got Game Changer, who inadvertently came up and became the semi-topic of the show today. So only right that you come up and have your say. So go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, thank you. So what I found, because you were talking about why do guys hate on passport dudes or what have you, and I've been thinking about this more because this topic comes up from time to time. I don't know why. It's causing like internal strife between brothers, where there otherwise wouldn't be. It's like there really shouldn't be strife between, oh, you like to travel? Like nobody else does that. The white guys don't look at other white guys and say, oh, you go on vacation, you're a vacation dude, you're a vacation bro. Let me try to shame you from leaving the country. It's a very weird thing that us brothers do. And one of the things that I come up with that I didn't say on my channel, because I came up with it after my last stream on it, was that the people who do it want to feel like winners. And they want to feel like winners so much that they lose track of the prize. It's like, yes, I've won, and there's your fat ass ugly trophy, So it's like, really, do you feel like a winner? Like, do you really feel like you actually accomplished a great thing? And furthermore, they're competing with guys that's not playing because they see how shitty the trophy is. Like, I'm not going to compete for that. What am I going to compete for that? So that's pretty much what they're doing. Like, they're upset that we're not playing with them, that we're not out competing for women that aren't really worthy of competing for, that women that are not prize worthy.
But I have a question for you, Game Changer, because if I may,
sure.
revisit the whole Stovegate piece. Now, my question is, so the stove itself cost you a couple $100, my understanding of it was.
Yeah,
but
it's like $200 plus a propane, which is like 20.
Oh, it's propane. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right. So how much would it cost to have gotten her a Frigidaire? I'm just curious. How much would it have cost to gotten her a lovely lady like that a Frigidaire too?
I don't know. I seen the stove, because I actually was going to get her a playpen for her son, but
wait a minute, because so she was a baby mama.
Yeah, she was a baby mama.
Now, see, here's the thing. Now, this is where the sisters get angry. Sisters get angry with brothers like yourself. The argument. You guys give us such a hard way to go for being a baby mama. Do you go over there and you get with a baby mama? Could you please explain that situation? Why would you get with a sister that overseas that's a baby mama when you could stay here and get with a baby mama? Could you?
Sisterhood George kind of went off on this show about that too. She's like, if y'all not supposed to be dealing with baby mamas and y'all going over there doing it, y'all need to deal with baby mamas over here. She basically, she got in her feelings about that. But anyway, go ahead, Game Changer.
That's a valid question, and the answer is I deal with baby mamas here. If you're an attractive woman and you're a baby mama, you can get penis here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So this is the Sierra argument.
Yeah, no, I would definitely do Sierra. I mean,
this is what a lot of sisters. It's just like with the whole weight thing. Like Bernard, we talked about this because you and I like a thicker weight, but she has to be very curvaceous. That's very high maintenance. Very high maintenance. Even when you get the Dr. Miami treatment, like I said, you're pretty much, you have to stay that way for life, and that requires a certain diet. You have to work out a lot. So that's very high maintenance. Now, the trick is, see, you can do those things and overcome it if you're hot. So Sierra could have Future's baby, but still win because she's hot. See, what a lot of black women don't want to accept is that she's hot. She can do that. So if you're hot, you can do it too. Sabria Majors can be a big girl because she's hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just like you were saying with the income, an attractive women do get away with more, just like a wealthy man does.
Yeah,
probably even more so. But no, I don't. Locally, foreign or domestic, if a woman is has a child and she's attractive, I don't care. I'll still sleep with her. Now, keep in mind, it's far less likely that I will actually seriously consider a relationship with her,
right?
A long-term relationship with her, which I wasn't with the girl in Dominican Republic. I wasn't seriously considering a long-term relationship simply because of the distance and language barrier. Right. But
whoa, hold on. She didn't speak fluent English?
No, she didn't. Did
she speak any English?
She speaks some, yeah.
But you know something?
That's just a little thing for me. I don't know why that turns me on. A woman who barely understands what I'm saying, but
I was just about to tell you.
But she know what I want. That
exactly.
That gets me going. She can't understand me, but she understands me.
I was just about to tell you, there's an excellent book called Don't Blame It on Rio by Jewel Woods, came out like 12, 13 years ago. And he said in the book, and he was focusing specifically on Brazil. He said that one of the brothers, he would be, I guess, an early passport bro, because this book is almost 15 years old at this point. Came out circa 2008. Excellent book about SYSBM that we call it today. And he said one of the brothers in the book went down there, got him a hot Portuguese woman. He don't speak no Portuguese. She don't speak no English. They do great together. Great. They do just fantastic. It just goes to show, ladies, that if you shut up, everything will be great.
Shout out to Pablo. He told me that him and his wife, when they first met, they were oh shoot. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me get to the super chats. Game Changer. Keep that up. We about to do Game Changer got some pictures. We about to do a big reveal of the lovely lady who was worthy of a stove and more, according to Obsidian. But hold on, we about to do a big reveal for those of you who haven't seen her. But Silent Lamont, GC sounding like he finally hit puberty. They're saying your voice sound deeper today. I don't know. You sound the same to me, but they apparently saying that your voice sound deeper. He said GC saying it with his chest today. All right. Very well. That's okay. Hashtag pass the report, bros. You got a deep voice deep voice Elizer like Jessica X has the British Elizer. You made your voice deeper today. You adjusted the settings. Yeah. Okay. Hashtag passport bro here. He says, been hit in the DR in the past 5 years. Dominicans look better, period. I welcome the shaming. So, all right. He welcomes the shame, and I think that's it. Or nope, we got the Mac the Trucker in the building. He said the Mac the Trucker. He says if chicks that will rent you, oh boy, chicks that will rent U-Hauls and get stranded in Atlanta for All-Star Weekend is prize, then I will bow out gracefully. Salute to the FYSBM
I heard about
brothers.
that.
Yeah, I was almost about to do content on that. I mean, touch on it.
Wow.
But all right. So without further ado, the big reveal of the Stove Queen. Here we go. There it is. Are those real breasts or no?
I don't think so.
You should know so.
Does
real
it matter?
breasts?
Does it matter?
No. It technically doesn't. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying they're either good implant, because I felt bad implants and where it's obvious. So, but there wasn't any scarring on hers, and it felt kind of real. I'd say that. You know.
Yeah. See, I've had.
You know those gel packs, those ice gel packs when they're soft. As long as it feels like that, I'm good with it.
Well, I've had sex with one woman that had implants, and they looked really good, but then when I tried to squeeze them, they didn't feel good. It felt like almost lumpy.
Yeah, that's
lumpy.
what I mean. I felt those, and this wasn't that. I felt the tire ones that feel like a yeah. I felt those. These weren't that. So that's what I say. If they're real, or if they're fake, then they're good fakes. They're not whatever that tire rubber shit.
Guys don't care about the appliances. See, this is what black women got to understand about the Wookiee. Excuse me, scratch. This is what the lovely ladies of the community have to understand about the Wookiee weed. Look, it has to be natural. It can't be obvious. Like what Game Changer just said about this lovely lady from the Dominican Republic, it was still natural.
Exactly.
You can do it as long as it's natural. It feels natural. It looks natural. Fine. But a lot of sisters, and I agree with you, Bernard, on this. A lot of sisters, look, beauty costs money, man. Okay? Beauty costs real do-re me. If you're going to do it, you got to do it right. We got all these stories. We all heard what happened to K. Michelle recently. I'm not going to relitigate that. We all heard what happened to her. Look, if you're going to do this, you have to do it right.
It seemed like she would have enough money. It seemed like she would have enough money to not. She went to Dr. Detroit instead of Dr. Miami.
Exactly.
What the hell?
Exactly.
She can afford Dr. Miami. At least you would think. Real quick, I want to read this really fast so we can put because this is covering up the titties. So we got to hurry up and get through this super chat. Ambush 852 says, as long as you're not contributing to the dysfunction in the community, men should be able to do whatever they want to do. Absolutely. Here. All right, back to the titties. But yeah, the woman that I dealt with that had breast implants. I mean, it was almost like I just after a while just looked at it like decorative fruit, that's on the table. The plastic fruit, it's on the table. It looks there, it looks good, but I didn't want to, you don't need to touch it or bite it or do nothing with it because they felt fake. They looked really good, but they felt fake. So it was more so just I just enjoyed gazing upon them, and or if you rub them gently, but if you try to squeeze, it's like you can just feel the artificialness. So, but if they got some better technology and science out there somewhere where they're getting it done and it looks good and feels good, then yeah, I 100% support breast implants. No problem there. But I was just
now
curious.
to the brothers in the chat room. I'm not going to say no names. To the brothers in the chat room who will say, "Well, she ain't all that. We got that out here." Well, this is what we like you to do. We like you to come up with your lady and put her on the screen.
I don't see why it matters if it's. I mean, it's true that there are women out here that look like that. Like, so, but I don't see how that's why is that a point? A man went and traveled the world.
I'm just simply saying we got a man that had a great time with a lovely lady, and that he didn't say, Well, they got all kinds of beautiful women out there. No, he's showing us the woman that he had a beautiful time with. So if you have something to say about that, then you show us the woman that you're having a beautiful time with. I think that's only fair.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree, but I still don't even understand why would that even be a point? Is if he showed you a woman that he met here, that he dealt with here, that he had sex with here, and he bought a stove for here, and she looked just like that, what would be the difference? He would be, he met a chick here and he did that. He met a chick out there and he did that. What's the difference? Is a man living his life
because they're angry because he has resources and they don't. And men that have resources have higher mating success. That's a fact. Animals throughout the animal kingdom, the males who have more resources have more poon than the guys who don't. That's a fact.
Simon Landreth in the building says, chat panel host, give me an celebrity example of a 6 ADOS women only. An example of about a 6.
Issa Rae.
I was just thinking about that, and he said Issa, not Lisa Ray, that was in Players Club. Issa Rae facially is a slightly above average looking woman, or above average looking woman facially, and that is a good example of somebody who you don't look at and say, damn, she hot, but she's cute. She's definitely cute. 6s are cute, and there's nothing wrong with a 6 in my eyes.
Well, you mean a 6, a respectable 6? Oh, well, in the mystery methods, I don't know if you're familiar, fellas, with the mystery method that was developed by a pickup artist named Mystery out of Toronto, Canada. Very famous guy. He has a VH1 show and all that. He wrote a book called The Mystery Method, right? I cited in the Book of Obsidian. In the Mystery Method, the subtitle to the book is How to Get Beautiful Women into Bed. Okay? Keep that in mind. The Mystery Method only ranks women who are a 6 and above. So 5s, 4s, they don't even rank. It starts at 6 and on up to 10. Okay? So a woman that's a 6, she's in there. That's what Mystery said. Now, if anybody out there got a problem with Mystery, okay, then you show us your method. We got the Mystery method. Show us your method.
So someone said we're bragging on prostitutes now. See, there's really no bragging on this. I'm basically just giving context to insults.
Well, how's she a prostitute? Number one, and number two.
Well, yeah, and I was going to cover that as my number 2, but first, there's no bragging here because I'm giving context to the insults that people have been giving me over the past year about it. But furthermore, as Obsidian says, she's not really a prostitute. Like, at least. In order for her to be a prostitute, I would actually have to be in the Dominican on the strip with a stove, just reeling it down, saying, who wants some pussy for the stove? Like, that would be the only way that could
what you had, this is what I call it. And I am going to write about this in future books. What you had, Game Changer, was an arrangement, an understanding between a gentleman and a lady. She was your sexual companion and your feminine companion while you were in the Dominican Republic, and it was understood that when she was with you, you were going to provide for her.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The stove was a bonus, but but it was understood that we were going to go out and go to places, and as I enjoy my vacation and see some things, she will accompany me, and as a result, she'll be able to have access to things that she normally wouldn't be able to afford.
I don't see what the problem is there.
So, well, for example, like, we rode the gondola to see the little big Jesus that they have there and things like that. So, these are things that, probably take a couple of days pay for her to do, so and then just like general outings, like if a street vendor comes by and he had some fruit that they liked, she knew that, she could just ask and she'll get it. So things like that. And we're talking about like $1.50 at most on just like little knickknacks and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was just understood.
Yeah.
I'm just
So she
curious.
got a good time, but I mean, she didn't go in expecting the stove. That was a bonus because I mean, I really enjoyed her company.
But see, that's just it. See, science tells us that women really like generous men. This is science. And this is something that's seen throughout the animal kingdom too, by the way. Men that are stingy, niggardly, look it up, niggardly,
I'm sorry, I forgot. I haven't heard that word in a while. I forgot niggardly was a verb, and it's
men that are stingy and niggardly, women don't like that. Women do not like those type of guys. So these guys, I ain't gonna tell you that. I ain't gonna do that. You know what you're telling the ladies? Please stay away from me. Do not reproduce with me. Do not bounce up and down with me ever. That's what you're saying. That's what you're signaling.
Yeah, where I'm at with this, like I don't even look at this as a big deal. Like hypothetically, if I went to Atlanta during All-Star weekend to watch the All-Star game, the dunk contest, the 3-point shootout, and all of that, if I happened to meet a chick down there who was reasonably hot and we vibed and we kicked it and we just kind of hung out for the All-Star weekend, those 3 days, and we went around town, saw this site, did this, ate here, did that's called normal when a man goes on vacation. Sometimes you would just stay out and play the field and just try to get as many possible sex partners as you can. But sometimes if you go down there and you get with one hot chick and you just kick it with her for the weekend, and after the weekend over, then that's that, and
right.
And that's done. Like that's normal. That's what happens in America when dudes travel. Right. Like I don't understand that you just went across the Atlantic Ocean and everybody just losing their freaking mind. Like,
these are all listen, traveling to all of us. It's called signaling. You ever heard the term virtue signaling? That's what this is. And there's a gentleman in the chat room who says some men don't need to spend money, old man. Get over it. What if that's true? Why we got to have all this back and forth then? Why we got to reignite this whole thing, go back and forth and back and forth? Why? If you don't need to spend money to do what you do, all you got to do is just do that, and that's that. Why you got to be up there? He's tricking. I'll tell you why. Because you're really not having to pay them. You're really not getting it like that. And number two, you're mad because there are guys who are getting it like that, and you can't because they have resources.
Brooklyn GQ, at least I think that's what that's supposed to be in Brooklyn GQ. He says, GC, did you motorboat? See, I put super chats up there and don't even read them. They just be sitting there. He said, did you motorboat? I guess you can go ahead and answer that question. But if I understand Game Changer, he's more into biting the cup of the ass.
Yeah,
he likes to bite that. So
yeah, and I did that too. The reason why I say that they might be fake is not because of the way they feel, but because they're just like abnormally perfect, even for Dominican girls. So I mean, like that, they're unnaturally perfect, I should say. So that's the only reason why I'm like kind of sure. But yeah, I do enjoy a woman with nice breasts like hers. Secondly, she's in Santo Domingo, so I'm not sure if that's north or south, but she's in Santo Domingo.
Yeah. So I mean, my thinking is very simple. I mean, I don't see any problem with this. I have zero problem with what Game Changer or any man does. I mean, that's the matter of fact. I was saying this before you got on the air, Game Changer. I was told by a number of brothers who traveled like yourself that the ladies in these societies, they expect the men to do their part 100%, and they do their part 100%. That's expected. That's a good. There's no enormous intensity of debate between the men and the women about 50% of the bills and 50% of the provision and all this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Evie now with a curious question. She says, "Beautiful woman, how did you meet?"
I met her online. Before I went, and keep in mind the stove came like the second trip that I went and seen her, not the first one.
Oh, but, so you had it was a reoccurring thing, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Like, no, I was like, because I went with my friends and I said, hey, I'm going to be in actually, believe it or not, this is actually kind of interesting. I was looking for someone new on the same website that I met her on. And then she seen me there and she said, are you coming to Dominican anytime soon? So she kind of like forced herself into the situation. Yeah. So
Clue. And by the way, real quick, what is that website? Like, there's actually the only reason I asked because I see it's like a fake website with Asian women that I'm not even about to describe it. What is this website? How does that work? Because most of the dating apps that I know and understand, they're more localized. So how does this even work? Where there's websites to connect people from the U.S. with women or people over in wherever the hell? What's the name of the site? How does it work?
I forget the name of the site. I can email it to you. I honestly don't remember because I just looked it up on Google at the time that I was going. But you know, I've been a few times now, and I made some like legit friends, both male and females there. So there's really no need for all that. If they all have like sister's cousin or something like that. If I'm ever single and go back there, so. But I'll find it in.
No, you don't gotta email it to me. I was just curious. Was it like were they doing something that resembled a Tinder or Plenty of Fish type of deal for people in different countries? I was just wondering, was that
more or less exactly like that?
Okay, yeah, that's all I was curious about. I didn't know if that was.
It wasn't like a swipe, or at least not that I know of. It wasn't really a swipe option, but no, it was exactly like that. And the first time I went and met her, I didn't even. There was a language barrier, but I didn't realize it because she was using a translator to talk to me online. So you're just having conversations with a person and you're thinking everything's cool. And you're not even thinking like, oh, this person doesn't even speak English. So it kind of hits you when you get there.
And so you had to cross your fingers and hope that translator was reliably conveying the message that you wanted to say. If you said something a little slightly slang or kinky, hopefully the translator got it right. All right. Clue in the building with the super chat. He said that thumbnail is funny as hell. What up, BR and Darth Sidian? Thank you for the super chat, Clue. Appreciate that. We got Little Big Nate on the panel. I gotta swing it to Little Big Nate in a second. Let me try to get through the super chats. In My Own Lane says this is a great time to drop an Angry Man Airlines promo. No, it's not. Let's see. Where we at? Workout with Wayne says, if you got a channel, Workout with Wayne, wouldn't mind promoting that. Like brothers doing workout channels. That's good stuff. I don't know if you got a channel, but
as a guest, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. If she wouldn't do it for free, it's tricking.
Perhaps. I mean, that's
here's my thing.
Obsidian, hold on. I want to hear Game Changer respond directly to that one. Go ahead.
No. I mean, that's definitely a possibility for that. I don't really. I mean, because no matter what, I made money off the deal. But more importantly, more important than that, excuse me. It's going to come. Well, I want to point out that tricking is really a uniquely Black community word. Like there isn't a white community equivalent for the word tricking, or is there an Asian community equivalent for the word tricking? The only reason I could think of that is because we have an abnormal concentration of hoes in our community, and therefore, words like that exist. But most every man feel comfortable providing for a woman that they are with, but be that dude. And I hope that works out well for you. I hope that if, you're walking down the street or you're in a carnival or something like that, and, you buy a cotton candy and she takes a bite of it and you say, that'll be 8 cents, bitch. Like, I hope that works for you. Tell me how that works for you in the future, please. But and I'm pretty sure that appeases your ego, but
yeah. It's GC, you had a very attentive tour guide. Hats off to you. Yeah, I think you mean attractive tour guide. Hats off to you. I think that might be it. Obsidian, you was trying to jump in there and say something real quick before I go to Little Big Nate. Hold on. J3 said, Game Changer, did she make you a sandwich? And if so, what kind?
Well, she had a stove, so grilled cheese.
Bernard.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, I
They
want.
look like Lala from Black Lightning.
Yeah,
Lord Commander in the building. Hold on. People with money use people, not the other way around. Dudes kill me. You work for a company. They pay you. They are using you and getting benefits. Yeah, that's a good point and way to look at it. All right. He said these dudes hate on passport bros, need black women validation. They feel some kind of way about black men that don't. All right, I think I got all the super chats. Go ahead, real quick, Obsidian Down. I'm curious to see what Little Big Nate got on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, my whole thing is to the idea that any woman that gives it up for free is tricking. My response is any woman that gives it up for free is dumb and stupid. And most of the black women, excuse me, scratch that, scratch. Most of the lovely ladies of the community, you want to know what their problem is? They gave it up for the free to knuckleheads. That's the problem. If they were taxing those dudes, they wouldn't have those problems.
Yeah. I mean, also there's a I mean, for me, and this is something else that comes up in the travels, when you're dealing with different cultures, it's more, and this is just an individual morality thing. It's worse in that way, because women who have sex with you for free generally want a relationship with you. And if you know deep down that you don't want a relationship with them, like, are you that guy like that? Like, I'm going to leave them with nothing, but hopes of a relationship with Game Changer or Obsidian or whomever, like, I mean, is being that deceitful really what you want to do? Or would you at least like to leave them with a stove and say, okay, he's never going to marry me. However, he did provide for me in the meantime. Like, that was just like a individual moral decision. Like, cause I don't know if she was aware of it, but it just wasn't in the stars for the two of us, given everything, including the fact that she was a single mother. But, so, like, what am I going to do? Just stay at her place, kick it there, basically you guys are saying that, she used me, and I get why you would say that, because it appeases your ego to do so. But the only alternative would be for me to use her, and just damage the reputation of Black American men altogether. So, but no, I'd rather get her a stove.
Utopia with the super chat. Thank you very much for that. She says, beautiful women do not offer their time, energy, and pleasantry for free. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Workout with Wayne says, I'd love to call in and speak with Game Changer.
I would love for you to do so.
Right on. Are you talking about right here, right now on this show, or are you talking about going on Game Changer show? I'm not quite exactly 100% sure what it means. But you can come up. There it is for you. Little Big Nate in the building. Congratulations on your first show. Got it off the ground. If I understand it right, you're going back on tonight. Your first show was a success. And one real quick thing, I heard you talking about something about the numbers, that you expected the numbers to be better. I saw it at the most. You had like 75 people in there. My first time going live, I topped out at, I think, 10 people. 10 people my first time going live, and I think Game Changer was probably similar, if I remember correctly, when he first started going live. So if you had 75, you did damn good on your first time around. So shout out to you for that. But go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic.
Salute to Obsidian, of course, Game Changer. Bernard, man, appreciate you letting me up. Just a quick synopsis. I think 738 views. I've got now 330 something subscribers, and approximately 254 hours of view time in pursuit of that 4,000 that will bring monetization. So, I wasn't sure what to expect or what can be classified as a good initial introduction to this business, but everybody I've talked to said, man, those are great numbers. Yeah. Absolutely. So, and this is off one video about a little over 24 hours later. So I thank all of you for coming, and if you make your way to the end of the video, there's a huge surprise on there. I don't know. Did you see that, Bernard?
Oh no, I didn't go all the way to the end. I watched the beginning. I watched about an hour and a half, probably.
If you scroll all the way to the last 20 minutes of the video, MOT comes up on the platform. So yeah, I want y'all to go look at that. And
yeah,
just shameless plug.
That's must see TV already.
I don't even know exactly what happened. I'll be honest. I'm still trying to figure it out. But from what I understand, you know, I got with Commissioner Gordon, and he's lighted up the progressive light in the sky, like similar to the bat signal. There's this huge P that's going to show up in the evening sky tonight, and it's supposed to call him to my platform again. We'll see, because we're supposed to be getting to the bottom of our issues, and that's how the show's going to start off. And you know, it'll only take 10 minutes or so. Whatever happens. We'll see what happens. If the progressive signal in the sky is enough to get him to come, we'll see. And and then I'll get into Little Big Nate versus Swirlville. I know you all are under the impression all I can talk about is politics. That's just not true. Not only will we talking about a subject that really doesn't have much to do with politics, but I'm also going to put to the test whether or not I have any type of comedic abilities, and come through and see what happens. We'll be broadcasting 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, and it should prove to be very interesting.
Will do.
I appreciate it.
What's your take and your thoughts on what we got going on here? I'm assuming what was happening here prompted you to come on up. Did you have a take or perspective on this whole subject that we were just on?
Sure, absolutely. Black men's preoccupation with vagina has proved very costly, especially over the last 30 years or so. Our record when it comes to economics and entrepreneurship, even owning the skills that are innate to us, you know, our physical abilities, our entertainment and pop culture abilities, we don't even own those most of the time. And we have time to worry not only about the vagina we're in pursuit of, but the vagina other men are in pursuit of. Do you really have time to do this? Whether or not Game Changer or any other man decides to take up with a prostitute somewhere else, that's up to them. I'll be honest with you. I don't do the prostitute thing. I was on Brother Xavier's channel once when I first started coming up on panels, and there was a brother that came up and we went back and forth about this prostitution thing. He insisted that I had been with a prostitute. He said, "Nigga, you ain't never been with a prostitute." I said, no, it's not my thing. "Nigga, you full of shit. You ain't never been with no prostitute." I said, no, it's just not my thing. I wouldn't lie to you. It's just not my thing. Now, it doesn't even come from a moral place with me, to be honest with you. But why would I concern myself with what another man is doing with another grown adult woman? I am a fan of Minister Jap. I'm not even ashamed to say it, nigga. I love that show. One of the most difficult decisions I would have during the course of a day would be whether I'm going to listen to Bernard, Minister Jap, or Ramila Mir. I mean, it was heartbreaking, to be honest with you. But, you know, even if I couldn't listen to one of them live, I can listen to the other two after, you know, later in the day or at a later time. But what concern should you have as a man as to what another man is doing? Granted, these men could go to these countries and make a bad name for us. And from what I understand, some of that is happening. Brothers need to adjust their behavior and grow up. But for me to preoccupy myself with what another man's doing, as soon as Minister Jap said that shit, the P word, dude, pedo or pervert, either one, I knew it was going to cause a problem. I was like, oh my God, Jap, why did you do that? Again, I am a fan of Minister Jap's show. I am. He is arguably the funniest guy in this space. Yeah, of course, it's either going to be him or O'Shea. Shout out to O'Shea too. Extremely talented, great comedic bona fides, just awesome. But why did he have to cross? There's some lines, dude, we just can't cross. If you're going to make that claim, you should have ready several local news stories with mugshots of these black men being involved in illicit activities with underage women in these foreign countries. You have to bring receipts when you attempt to let that be what you're focused on.
Don't you know Dirty Mackin when you see it?
It's heartbreaking, man. We got enough problems in this space.
That ain't nothing but Dirty Mackin. In the scientific literature, and I did a video about this, in the scientific literature, what we in the hood call dirty macking is actually called derogation of competitors. And what you do is that you attempt to, as we call it in the hood, throw salt on somebody else's game. You try to cast aspersions on their character. That he slaps old ladies and that sort of thing. All kinds of crazy stuff. That's to lower the competitor's mate value in the eyes of other women and all the rest of it in the community and so forth. So that's all this is going on here, man. The brothers who have the means and resources are able to get better, choicer cuts of poon. That's all it means.
Yeah, man. Please, we have so many more things we should be concerned about in our own private lives than what another man is doing. I mean, are we just looking for controversy? Are we just looking to create problems and foment discord in this space? Please, brothers, be mindful. There are lines we should not try to cross. We're grown men. We can barb on each other. We could crack skulls and shit. That's fine. But dude, there are just certain terms we got to try to avoid, unless, of course, you have the proof that helps back up your premise. As far as the height thing, I think height and weight, that they're just completely unrelated. I would liken a woman being overweight to a man being broke. Those are two things both parties are completely in control over.
Good point.
Beauty, of course, is the most important thing in a woman's life, and productivity and effectiveness, the most important thing in any man of worthy of any consideration. And those are both things the parties have complete control over. Black women have been instructed that they don't. They've been told that any problem they're dealing with has something to do with someone else other than themselves, to the point where, like we discussed before, Bernard, you have PhD educated Black women getting on national cable networks blaming white racism for their morbid obesity. And if you look at the video, the camera people pan across the crowd, and there are Black women in the audience nodding their head in the affirmative. This is horrible. To have that type of attitude and whatever political allegiance you have that could lead to you thinking like that, you really need to reevaluate and get as far away from as you possibly can. It's dangerous to think like that. You will never accomplish any of the things you have the potential to, putting the onus for your success or failure in life in other people's hands. And if you can go across seas and spend some of your time with a beautiful woman, me personally, I would prefer it be off who you are as a man. But if you want to pay for it, it's your money, it's her occupation. Do your fucking thing, man.
Right on. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building. He says she earned that stove. Lord Commander in the building. No such thing as free. It may not cost you money, but it always costs you time. Time in the gym, time working on game. Bosses value their time. It is a fair point. It sort of goes back to when Zero posted a guy saying he don't trick, but he paid for what amounted to a $10,000 shiny outfit to draw or reel women in. It's sort of the same thing. Rather, if you're putting time in the gym, you're putting time into doing whatever you're doing to improve yourself to draw women in. You're investing some type of time and in many cases money to raise your standing. So it just turns into a weird thing. I understand the concept of some people, and I kind of can't rock with it either. Just the whole idea and concept of just full blown money on the dresser. We go in for 10, 15 minutes. She get the money off the dresser, walk out. I mean, that ain't really my thing. I'm not, I have no desire for that. But so I understand people saying that something that if that's not your thing. But when people are criticizing somebody on vacation, kicking it on vacation with a chick, going here, going there, going a few places, going out to eat, spending basically a weekend fleeing with a chick, and then doing something nice for her at the end of it. That's just when we just get stupid at that point. It's stupid. It happens all the time abroad, right? I mean, it happens all the time right here locally in the United States. If I took a trip to Miami and I met a chick out there, we would hang, chill, and kick it. And I probably do some, pay for some dinners. We may go out, we may go here, go there. I mean, yeah, it's normal. It's normal. Men typically do that. But anyway. Workout with Wayne in the building. What's going on? Salute to you. And real quick, before you could say, it's like I believe you said you had a question for Game Changer, but I want to ask really quick. You do have a channel or no?
Yes, I do. I do have a channel.
All right.
I do a podcast, and it's all health and fitness related. And I do have a co-host, so that's why I use a separate channel. I don't want all his views to be mine, so that's why it's separate.
Okay, so this Workout with Wayne channel. This is not the main channel that you do your
correct.
Do you show it?
Okay. My show is Stronger Inside Podcast.
Okay. Oh, you said it's called Stronger Inside Podcast. Well, I just subscribed to the Workout with Wayne channel, but the other one is called what?
Stronger Inside Podcast.
Stronger Inside. And that's on YouTube or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's on YouTube as well. All right. Cool. All right, just subscribe to both of them. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, I had a question for Game Changer. I don't think anybody is upset or jealous. I guess I'll speak for myself. I just confused why we're not calling things what they are. We don't have to speak in great extremes. I heard his example about, asking a woman for 8 cents on an ice cream cone or whatever he said. That's an extreme example. I'm just saying, if you're going to pay for somebody's time and they wouldn't do it for free, then it is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not the moral.
So what is it?
It's tricking. Like you're buying.
So you came up here to define tricking. Got it. It's tricking. Okay. It's tricking. I'm a trick. Do you have anything else?
No, I just want to know why it takes so many words to call it what it is, and then why
it didn't. It's tricking, and I'm a trick. It didn't take you many words to say that.
So then I have a second question. I came in late, so I don't know if you were saying this, but how are we going to have a slippery slope of saying bettering yourself as a man? Buying a car, wearing nice clothes, buying nice cologne, working out. That's the equivalent to tricking, because it leads to potentially getting a better quality of woman.
I didn't say it was. I don't think anybody said it was the equivalent.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only that, but so I'm trying to understand. So you can do all those things and not do what you do. So I can see Game Changer doing all the things that you talked about and still get with the lovely lady in Dominican Republic and they have their little arrangement. What's the problem?
Well, I do all the things that he's talked about, but I mean, I don't understand.
So why not do it for? Well, then why pay if you could do it without paying?
What effect does this have on you?
So wait. Just to be clear, you come on here and you say there's no problem with tricking. No, there's no problem with tricking. I just want you to say what it is. So I said what it is, and then you're like, oh well, why are you tricking? Why pay when you don't have to pay? You see, there is a problem. You were being
the reason I'm asking is because you said you could do it for free.
You were being disingenuous when you say that you don't have a problem with it.
No, I'm not.
Then why ask? Why do it? I do it because I want to. I do it for the same reason that I buy fish as opposed to fishing. For the reason that I choose, I do it. And if it's fine, then there should be no follow-up questions, should there?
No, it's a discussion, so there always will be a follow-up question. You gave
you came on, you said I just have one question, but go ahead.
You gave a rebuttal and you said I can do it for free. So I just wanted to know, why don't you do it for free all the time?
Did I say I can do it for free? I mean, I can, and I do have sex for free
all the time.
Well, okay, but I do have sex for free all the time.
So why don't you just do it for free all the time? That's what I guess I don't understand, why you would choose to do that when you could do it for free all the time.
Wait, hold on real quick before you answer that, game changer. With this particular chick, if I understand it right, it wasn't I'm coming down here, I'm putting money in your hand or on the counter and we're having sex. And then it wasn't that clean cut of an exchange. It was more of y'all spent the week or weekend together, correct?
So basically of a 3-week vacation, I spent 2 weeks with my friends and about a week with her, like 4 days. And then I came back to the hotel because it's a 6-hour bus drive from where she lived to where I originally stayed.
I know, but was it literally hey, if I give you $200, will you spend the week spend 4 days with me?
No. So what? So basically, Bernard, please understand what's going on. What's trying to be done here? What we're trying to do here is we're trying to define everything, but working out at his fitness center as tricking. I get it. I understand it. So we're going to go with that definition. Yes, I work out. Yes, I have a nice car. Yes, I do well for myself. And yes, if I am enjoying the company of a lady, foreign or domestic, I pay.
That's your prerogative. I guess you still have not answered my question.
Conversation then. It's my prerogative. You're right.
But I just would like to know, why would you pay for something that you could get for free? And this has nothing to do with fitness.
Once again, when I'm in the company of a lady, I pay.
Why do people pay for bottled water? You can get it for free.
Workout with Wayne. Have you ever just shown a woman a good time?
Yeah, I'm curious.
It's completely different because that woman is there voluntarily. That means
who is this woman? I'm sorry. Are you under the impression that I kidnapped her? Are you under the impression that I hired a bunch of, ex-Mossad agents to entrap her and then buy her stove and leave?
You're very good at giving extreme examples.
Yeah, I am. That's part of my shtick. But I mean, you're very good at accusing me of, taking somebody or forcing somebody against their will.
No, I didn't. She's not against her will. She's completing a job. So when somebody's completing a job, they know that there's a check at the end.
So how would this be any different? She didn't know it was a check at the end. She most certainly didn't know it was a stove at the end. But how is this any different than a woman who understands that you're, paying to show her a good time? I don't get it.
There it is. So now you tried to accuse me of being disingenuous. Now
no. Bernard asked you the question. Bernard asked you the question. Have you ever showed a woman a good time? This is me showing a woman a good time. I don't get it.
You can show a woman a good time by meeting her and showing her a good time, and then you know that she actually likes you.
Maybe she liked me, maybe she not. Maybe she
exactly. Didn't. So why would you want to be in the presence of a woman who doesn't like you?
Because I like her.
I'm curious.
Because I like her. Well, I mean, this conversation is getting really annoying, and here's why. He comes and says there's nothing wrong with tricking, and I say, fine, I'm a trick, and I trick because I like tricking. And then he says, well, why? And every question is why. You really just want to say that I should be ashamed for what I did. I'm not ashamed at all.
Workout with Wayne, the good time that you've shown. Hold on, real quick, Obsidian. Workout with Wayne, the good time that you've shown a woman before. What did that good time consist of? Don't tell me the time you bought a chick a cup of coffee. I'm talking about when you really showed a chick a good time. I'm just curious. What did it consist of?
I'm a believer in being You know, if you're really either trying to court somebody in terms of dating or just even showing a good time and you have the access to do it, which I do, I'm going to pay for the meal. I'm going to pay for the drinks. If we Uber, I'm going to pay for it, whatever. That's cool. Have a great time.
And have you, hold on, wait. Have you ever done something like that with and for a chick and the whole event with her lasted over the course of, let's say, a weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've spent a weekend with a chick and you paid. Hold on. I got him. Fantastic. So you spent a weekend with a chick of which you essentially paid for everything.
And I didn't just meet her.
Hold on. You said you spent a weekend with a chick where you've essentially paid for everything, right?
And I did not just meet her, but correct.
Okay, how did you know? Hold on. And the game changer didn't just meet that chick that we're talking about too. But how do you know she really likes you? To go back to the question you asked game changer, how do you know she really liked you?
Because she spent money on me before.
Okay, so this was a woman you're already having sex with.
Yeah.
Game changer, were you already having sex with this woman?
Yes.
Has she spent money on you before?
No.
Okay, that's a goalpost. You're being a goalpost relocation engineer right now. We're talking about somebody spending a week with a chick that he's had sex with before and paid for everything that they did over that weekend. You've done the same exact thing. Only thing is you did it on American soil. He did it on some other soil somewhere else across the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, so every man in the planet is a trick now.
No. My point is that's really not tricking. That's a woman. No, it's I don't think that I define tricking as an agreed upon arrangement. And this isn't even me defining tricking. This is the actual definition of tricking. An agreed upon arrangement that the two of you will have sex for X amount of dollars. Those X amount of dollars are on the table, on the nightstand. After the sex is done.
That's what he did.
She gets up, she pulls her pants up or wipes it off, and then she grabs the money and she walks out the door. That's tricking. But yeah, you grilling a man for spending a nice weekend with a chick. Same thing you've done.
Can I answer this?
The same.
Well, can I ask you this? Why did you show a woman a good time when you can get it without showing a woman a good time?
Yeah, because I've gotten pussy without showing a woman a good time, and I've shown women good times before. Yeah.
So why did you show her a good time when you could get it without showing her a good time?
Because I liked her, and we were.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So you answered my question about why I,
but the difference was she liked me.
Well, she probably liked me too.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, brother. You saying liked as in that's past tense, right?
Excuse me.
Liked means past tense, correct?
Correct. What indicators did she give you that she liked you?
Wait, GC, chill out.
Hold on, let Fantastic go.
Okay.
You said liked.
Yes.
With the woman you're talking about.
Correct.
So you still but you said you liked her.
I'm confused. What are you trying to get at?
Are you still with the woman who you say you like her? He liked you.
No.
Nigga, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, go easy.
I'm 36 years old. I've dated.
So if she quote unquote liked you, why is she still not with you if she liked you?
She liked me at the time. This is really,
really
sad considering both men who have had multiple.
Hold on, no, brother. I didn't cut you off. Brother. Let me help you out with the flaw in your logic. So you're saying that you deal with women.
You breaking up bad, okay, Fantastic.
What the fuck happened? Hold on.
Yeah,
you hear me now?
You breaking up. Yeah. We could hear you then. It was breaking up in between, but it seemed like it sounded a little different now. So go ahead and try it.
All right, am I good now?
Maybe. You got to talk for a while and see if it stops.
Yeah, I'm lagging. I'm gonna come back.
All right.
Cool. So what indicators did she give that she liked you?
Like I said before, she spent money on me. That's one of the biggest indicators that a woman has on a man to show. And then we can get into all the physical and all that stuff, but actually coming out her pocket to show you some love, that is an indicator of a woman liking you.
So you need money. Go for it, Obsidian.
My question is, says who?
Says who? Because women get things for free all the time. They don't need to spend money. They don't need to do those things.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you. We all agree on that. I asked, what source do you have? Well, cite your source that says that the surefire way to know if a woman likes you, she buys you gifts or buys you whatever.
I did not say surefire. I said one of them.
All right. Show me the source that says that.
Life experience, because we're all adults here.
No. See, I cited.
So
hang on. I cited mystery. The mystery method. Have you ever read it?
I don't need to. I know who he is.
That's not what I asked you.
No, I have not.
Okay.
I'm aware of who he is.
Okay. So
work out with Wayne. Have you ever have a woman ever put your dick in her mouth and you said, wait, stop, and then you removed her head off of your dick and looked her in the eyes and said, wait a minute, do you really like me though?
Or have you spent money on me yet? What? Well, this
is weird. Like,
I think it was weird because you're saying that you should only sleep with women that likes you, and
there you go.
She likes you.
There you go. That's how you stay out of jail. That's how you keep character in the street, by sleeping with women that like you.
Okay, I've never been in jail, and I don't really care about character in the street. But
no,
I'm trying to follow your logic. So you only sleep with women that give you money.
No, I sleep with women that like me. That was one of the.
Okay, so what are some of the others that you use? I'm curious.
Apparently, you don't know. That's the scary part.
Well, I don't know what you feel it is, so that's why I'm asking.
What do you feel it is?
Having sex with me.
Wow, that's an indicator.
But yeah, so instead of answering a question with a question,
you want to be liked that much?
Okay, no, it's just I like having consensual sex. Meaning
I do too.
That's going to put her all into it. I really enjoy that.
Wow. Yeah, this is consensual sex.
You wanted to put her back into it,
but no. But hold on. Are you under the impression that this is somehow? Are you under the impression that this is somehow our word?
Excuse me? I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is
so you do understand that every sexual encounter I had was consensual, correct?
If you call it that.
I do call it that. And everyone on the planet calls it that. What do you call it? It's not really a job, but so what if it is?
If she got paid, it's a job.
Listen. Say a guy, because you come on saying, I don't have a problem with tricking. However, you try to passive aggressively discourage it at all points. Just to be clear, if a man wants to pay a woman to consent, that's his fucking business. What's it to you?
Oh man, it's nothing to me. I'm just
in the conversation.
There you go. So basically, you don't like opposing viewpoints and discussions because you seem very irritated.
No, if you say it's nothing to you, then you're not opposing, are you?
I'm asking why. I would like to learn. I'm asking why would a man like to have sex with a woman?
Okay. Do this. Go to where your local prostitutes are and ask a guy who's paying a woman for sex.
Why not? I'm talking to you.
I personally, I don't understand your logic, because here's what you sound like. You know, if a guy goes in and buys a burger and says, "Oh, you're buying a burger. Why?" Well, I paid because I want a burger, would be his question. And you're like, but why?
And now we are equating women to burgers. There you go.
Well, we're creating commodities if you're saying that this is a matter of tricking and prostitution. So yes, you are. Like, kind of like, I mean, it's pretty much with any service. If I was to say, you know, if I were to go to a barber and you say, why do you go to a barber shop when you could cut your own hair? Well, I would just prefer to go to a barber shop. Why?
No, because you don't have the skills or the time.
Oh.
Lord Commander with the super chat says, indicator of a woman, hold on real quick. Indicator of a woman liking something about you, looks, money, personality, etc. All things can change. Car wreck or market crash can change everything. Thank you for that super chat, Lord Commander. I think it is important. Like, if we're talking about just the clear exchange, as I talked about before, money on the nightstand, have sex. After the sex is over, she gets the money, she walks out, it's done. I understand the simple point that woman probably doesn't like you, and that man didn't pay that woman to like him. He paid her to bend over while he pumps back and forth for 10-15 minutes. And so I understand that if that's not your thing, that's not my thing either. But what you're criticizing with Game Changer is not even that situation. You're criticizing him spending a 4-day weekend with a chick and just paying for their little outings and stuff, and then gave her a little parting gift as he left. And when you described your situation, it was a similar situation. Only thing is, you had more confidence that she liked you more than this chick liked Game Changer, but y'all did essentially the same thing. It's turning into a weird situation.
I agree with you.
Hold on, go ahead. Hold on, I want to hear his response to that.
No, I said I agree with the first part of what you said, to where about Game Changer and what he did completely. But when we start having the slippery slope of actually comparing it, I came in late. I'm not exactly sure how he met this woman, but
they met online. They met online, like the same way you probably met the chick that you. Hold on, real quick. They met online, probably the same way that you met the chick that you had a nice time with. That you're confident that she really liked you.
No, I've never actually done anything like that.
Right.
You never met a woman online
and done what we're talking about that way? No.
Excuse me, you never met a woman online and showed her a good time and had sex with her?
No. You went into the semantics of a whole.
Wait, Obsidian, we got good questions on the table. Hold on,
you went into the semantics of treating somebody in a whole weekend.
Hold on. Wait. Important question. You're saying you never met a woman online, and then eventually at some point, you showed her a good time and y'all eventually had sex.
I'm trying to answer the question. You asked me prior if I spent a 3-day weekend and treated her on all similar to what Game Changer did. What I'm saying, I have done that before, but not with a woman I've met online. Have I ever had a simple pay for a drink with a woman online? Yes, but to the extent of him doing what he's done, no. So I'm not in that same boat.
Well, they met online. They got together initially. They met online. They got together.
Right on him?
If they met online, they had to show interest online. It don't matter whether it was swipe right, swipe left, or just crash the inbox and say hi. But they met. They met online. They got together. They had sex. Game Changer. When he went back home, when he was going to be vacationing that way again, they ended up hooking up again. They spent the weekend together, and he paid for things. He paid for their little outings and this or that. I don't see that much different from somebody meeting a woman at Walmart or online. They get together, they meet, they probably go out for drinks, they have sex, they get together again, go spend a weekend together. He paid for the little outings, and then that's that, and then they go and separate and go their separate ways. And I don't see the problem with that. I do understand brothers who just feel some type of way about full-blown flat foot tricking. If that's not your thing, it's not your thing. It's not my thing. I don't criticize it. I don't knock it, but I don't understand this conversation. I just don't understand.
I hear what you're saying. So basically, by your logic, Bernard, everybody's a trick. Because the last thing you just said was pretty much how our grandparents met. Our grandfather took our grandmother out. He paid for everything. He took her, he paid for ice cream, did all this stuff, and then she had sex with him, and now we're all here generations later.
I don't think that's tricking.
Our trick.
So hold on, Game Changer. I don't think that's tricking. Why do you think that I think that that's tricking?
Because you're saying what I did is the equivalent to what Game Changer did, and what I'm saying is what I'm doing is the equivalent to what our grandfathers did.
I think what Game Changer did is fairly. I think what Game Changer,
what I did is tricking. So you're the one who's saying what your grandparents did was tricking.
Thank you.
Say that one more time.
No.
Okay, he said that you're the one that's labeling what Game Changer did as tricking, but what Game Changer did is very similar to what your grandfather did and what you did. So you're the one that's saying that granddaddy was tricking on grandmama. You're the one saying
granddaddy married the grandmother. He didn't buy her a stove and leave.
Okay, so after spending the
So it's not
weekend,
tricking when you marry him. I got it.
Fam.
okay, so if he would have,
and it's
okay,
not when you don't have sex with her, but she really, really likes you because she bought you something.
Yeah, this conversation is really going into a very strange place.
I don't understand what's going on here at this point.
No, so I mean, I get it. So everybody who
what I hear is he hinted at the fact
money is a trick. Okay, that's
what I hear. What I hear is that he hinted at the fact that this wasn't a voluntary action on behalf of this woman, like some pimp had her at gunpoint and drug her over to where Game Changer was. That's what he's alluded to a couple of times in his statements, when I'm sure it was completely voluntary. And if it was, what do you care?
Yeah, exactly.
But now we have to be clear that there's some indirect tricking going on. That's what one of the brothers in the chat room is saying. Is Game Changer was indirectly tricking. I didn't know that there was a distinction to be made here. Direct tricking, indirect tricking. I knew about direct game and indirect game. The mystery method teaches indirect game. We have other dating coaches who I will not name here who teaches direct game. But this is the first time I've ever heard of direct and indirect tricking.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because he said he had no problem with it. I don't really understand it. Like, you come on and say, I don't have a problem with tricking. It's like, okay, well, I'm tricking. Oh, so why? It's like, because I want to. I mean,
30 minutes on a non-issue.
Exactly. But he's still like, keep the issue going. So let's recap the conversation. You asked if I was tricking. I said yes. I'll call it tricking if you want to call it tricking. And you said, why? And I said, because I want to. Just like sometimes you want to treat a woman and sometimes you don't. So any other questions?
When you say, if you want to call it that, then it's you want to mold and morph the definition of tricking.
I really don't care. I mean, because if we don't,
I don't care, it's not the equivalent of saying
here's the thing. If you don't care, then why are you bothered with it? Because here's the thing. If we start getting into the weeds, we'll have the conversation that you and Bernard had. Was my grandpa tricking? Is my grandma tricking? I don't really care what the definition is. Call it what you want. I did what I did. If you don't have a problem with tricking, there should be no follow-up with it.
What about your auntie once removed? Was she tricking?
What?
What about your uncle that's once removed? Like you got a cousin once removed. What about your grand uncle? When he met your auntie, was he direct or indirect tricking?
Lord Commander says, indicator of a woman liking something. Oh, I already read that one. Ash L in the building. He said, this guy is not too smart. Shout out Game Changer. Number 16 in the building. He said, this dude is passive aggressive asshole. If you do not care about it, excuse me, why do you keep interrogating Game Changer about it? And also hold on, there was some other super chats. I think Ty City sent one. Let me try to go to the top. I think I may have missed some. I'll go dig them up through the analytics, but I think I missed somebody. Super chat. Black Wolf in the building. He says, why is Game Changer still getting heat for the stove? It indirectly came up, and I didn't think it was going to turn into a big thing, but it ended up turning into a big thing. He says, what I hear is penis policing. All right.
Well, at its worst, yes. But there's
all
no
right, hold on. I'm going to dig up what Ty City said through the analytics really quick, people. I think there was a few more people that I may have missed as well. Okay, Ty City says Game Changers was making the same argument to Steve Dedean's clients. Now a man can do what he wants with his money with a hypocrite. How so? Do you know what he's talking about? Do you know what he's talking about there, Game Changer? He said Game Changer was making the same argument to Steve Dedean's client.
Well, I was asking him, what is he getting out of it? I mean,
yeah,
it's pretty much implied here. I'm getting sex. Asking somebody what are they getting when they're purchasing an abstract item isn't the same. But yeah, nice try,
right.
guy.
Well,
Kellyanne Zygarbia says single mama. Hold on, Kellyanne. I'm reading the super chat. I know you can't see it on the screen, but I'm in the back of the analytics looking at a super chat. Kellyanne Carbius, I think I said your name right, says single mama Bible. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Torrell Boxley says, do you own a passport? Wayne, have you ever left the Matrix? Wayne, you sound like a teenager with this liked language. No shaming language intended. Yeah, I do. That was kind of odd to whether or not she really likes me. I mean, I don't really.
Thank you.
I mean, I generally, yes, I understand. Put it like this, Wayne. I understand where you're coming from. There was a woman that we met. I may have bought one drink at the bar. She came to my house. Didn't nothing go down the first time she came to my house, but she had to leave abruptly. I thought she was bullshitting, but she eventually came back like the next other day, and we had sex, and we had an ongoing sexual thing happening for like a couple months. I actually offered to take her out to the movies, and she kind of declined it, but still came back for the sex. So I would say she really liked me sexually, and that was cool. But I've also had women that I met, and she went down for the coming right to the house and getting it on type of thing. But we went out a few times, showed her a few good times, and we eventually had some sex. And so I don't see what's the big deal either way. One situation, yeah, I can beat my chest that I was that nigga that I ain't had to buy nothing but a $5 drink for that bitch, and she came to my house and got, yeah, I can talk shit and beat my chest and grab my nuts about it, but at the end of the day, so what? The end result was the same. I was having sex with a woman. So I don't get this.
Yeah, and again, if Wayne could get one bitch, what the fuck it was, and she had to pay, he would pay. So I don't know why niggas get up here fronting, bro. Stop it.
Well, the question I have,
Wayne, whoever your number one, no matter whoever your number one bitch is, bro, you gonna pay, bro. You gonna pay if she told you, hey.
I have a question for Wayne, and that's this: is it possible to do a bank shot tricking?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, like you got direct tricking. That's the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So you got direct tricking. Then you got indirect tricking, so you take a kind of a roundabout route. I want to know if you can do a bank shot tricking.
The broke genius in the building says the hardest relationship I had with a woman was quote unquote free sex. Interesting. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building with a super chat. He said, is this dude Aaron G. Fountain? No, I'm pretty confident that this is not Aaron G. Fountain. Aaron G. Fountain has been on camera.
He got so much bass in his voice.
What'd you say, Fantastic?
He got too much bass in his voice to be Aaron Fountain.
Hey, get off, A-Dog, A-Rock. Leave him alone. Lord Commander. Wait, no, I already read that one. Gino Richardson in the building with a super chat. He says, yo, drop the link. Oh, I need y'all. Yeah, I might be done dropping the link.
Ed was supposed to be joining us.
Oh, Ed dropped. Yeah, see, I didn't know Ed asked for the link a while back. I
emailed it to him, so I don't know where he is. But
okay, yeah. If her, okay, no, I ain't gonna. Oh, damn. Okay, I got people in the back chat.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Bring him up.
There,
I'm pretty sure he knows all the intricacies of the various iterations of tricking. You know what? He probably knows something about ricochet tricking.
Seeking My Creator says tricking raises the bar for all men. I don't really know what he mean right there, but all right. Man, this show went a different direction. Ed, you got the floor, you got the mic. Wait, fantastic. Did you hold on? Wait, fantastic. Did you say whatever you wanted to say? I know you was having problems. I don't know if you really fully got to get off what you was trying to get off.
No, not really, but I was going to talk about the whole height thing, I guess, or whatever.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Oh, well,
yeah, we can bring it back to that, and then we can jump back and forth.
Well, hold on. Ed asked for the link when this conversation started going, so I do want to get Ed on this topic. After we get Ed on this, then we can go back to the to the height thing. But
yeah, the real Dick Tracy. This dude Wayne is the real Dick Tracy.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was interested in the topic. I'm probably the shortest person in this whole panel right now, so we could definitely talk about the height thing, but because it's something I don't usually talk about like that. But as far as this issue, that I almost crashed, man. When I heard that, keep the character in the street. That's some good shit. I gotta admit that that's some good shit. But Here's the thing, man. I was gonna do a thing with Obsidian, but because I'm too lazy about checking my emails, I miss Obsidian's email not once but twice, being an ain't shit dude. So my apologies, Obsidian.
No problem.
Because he definitely is punctual when it comes to the emails, and I got to keep that shit in mind going forward. But and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but he heard me say something about black men needing love versus respect.
I call it being romantic for their own good.
Yeah. And so when I hear that character in the street shit, that's kind of what I think about. The reality of the situation is what you have to ask yourself is this. People can have whatever opinions and mindsets they want to have. That's not what I'm here to say. But what I do want to add is people need to understand this shit on trend. This is some unique stuff to ADOS. Like even I'm not gonna say Africans are like completely white where the norm is, or Caribbeans are. Actually, Caribbeans might be a little bit closer to where we are. But for the most part, we are on this more than anybody else. Most other people, it doesn't even flinch. And I'm going to say this as a bunch of heterosexual black men on here. I would dare say you all have more to say about tricking than you all have to say about men sleeping with other men. You ask 10 black men that are heterosexual, what do you think about men sleeping with other men? And they may be being listened to or something. They're going to say what a man does with anybody is his business. I may not want him to be around me, but that's his business. When it comes to tricking, though, it's a breach of religion. We gotta go through a damn what is it when the Muslims and the Christians were fighting a crusade, and it always have bothered me. Well, not bothered me, but I felt, why do you put that much mental energy in it? Because the truth is, you're not gonna really know. Now, people will say it's because dudes are bragging. I think that's a myth. I think that's something that dudes bring up in order. I don't think dudes are not sitting here saying, I get all these women, but on the back end, they tricking. They don't do that. Most dudes are telling you straight up. If that's what they do, they telling you that's what they do, and they could care less about you. And any of the dudes in this space that do that, you already can't put them in the category of they're just bragging on their dick and lying on their dick, because they're already telling you up front how they go about it. So I always say, where are these reaction videos to these dudes that do that? And nobody can ever produce them. Nobody can ever produce the dudes. Point. And I've been in this thing for years. I actually come from the passport community that predates me in the manosphere, back with Charles Tyler and then with Blog Talk. So whatever, but at the end of it, I'm already long-winded, but you know how it is. At the end of the day, you all don't know, and when I say you all, I mean who it applies. You don't know what it is to be a man outside of what a bitch tells you. Say what you want about Obsidian. Obsidian knows what it is to be a man. It has to do with hard work, discipline, the stuff that he talks about when it comes to his family being in the military, him being a blue-collar worker. He knows he has that validation. I ask you, what validations do any of these dudes have other than talking about what a female does, which is why they always want to make that it doesn't matter how much money you got, it doesn't matter how hard you work or what you produce, I get more bitches to you, which you low-key are saying, well, that woman can veto anything, which means that woman is your leader. No other group of men have that problem but us, and I think those values stem across a lot of different perversions that black men have.
Not only do other races of men not do this, is it a coincidence that all these other races of men are considerably more productive than we are? I don't think it is.
And even when you look at flamboyant men, like you look at men like, well, I don't mean flamboyant, but like men like Italians or Hispanics, they operate more on machismo and stuff like that, kind of like how we do. They don't take it to this extent. They don't. You got dudes out here that if a dude produces, let's say a dude is a millionaire, they will actually try to equalize himself to a millionaire by saying, I can have sex with.
Breaking up.
Losing you.
That's like a dude.
You breaking up.
Going in and out.
My bad. What?
Going in and out. Yeah, we was losing you for a second. It was
all right. All right, so like I said, just like saying if a dude bought a Ferrari versus a dude that knows how to build one, okay, you have an impressive skill. That still doesn't put you on the same level as a dude that had economics. And only in the black community do you see, and it's not just black women validate this too, by the way. So a lot of this, and that's another thing too. The thing about the like me thing, black women don't like most of the dudes they have sex with. When they talk all this shit about black men, who you think they talking about? You think they're talking about the quote unquote lames that they don't see in their mind? No, when they have all this smoke about black men that ain't shit, they don't build, they don't do that. They're talking about the black men they have sex with, and they're only talking about those black men. Child support, if a woman has your baby, I understand that she could do it for a money aspect. Most women are not having babies by dudes that are paid like that. So if you're in the child support court getting some chump change child support, understand she actually chose to have your baby, meaning at the very least there was some like there. So you can separate like black women that like the like factor. That doesn't, trust me, just because she's giving you pussy for free doesn't mean she likes you. A woman can like to have sex with you and hate you. A lot of black relationships are built around that.
And also,
so this idea of like is just bullshit. I'm like, where are you getting that from? Go ahead.
And if I could chime in, you're talking about a group of women who don't even know what to like in a man. They have absolutely no clue what they're supposed to be attracted to.
As proven by Kevin Samuels when he asked.
Well, as proven by the lady from Seattle, as proven by the hundreds of thousands of black women who have children with multiple men, or the men that they're having children with having children with multiple women.
All of our critics, keep in mind, all of our critics say they date black men, by the way. Like the biggest females out there either have dated at one point or they claim they actively date. So somehow they hate all black men but the nigga they with. Or the nigga they used to be with. Because even Karazin said that the black man, the father of her first child was a good man. She said that when she was pressed on it. You know, so come on, don't buy into that. Well, they like me. Same chick that likes you today will take your child support tomorrow. Sociopathic. Don't buy into the hype.
I thought this was an international discussion, so we were talking about women of all races.
I never heard that, and usually we're gonna have, but maybe I didn't listen. But the heightism thing and the fat thing sounds more like a black issue. I mean, it's no point bringing international in, because you bring international stuff in, which is not interracial, by the way. That opens up so many different variables. It doesn't even become a real discussion at that point. Like, because here's the thing: if you talk about interracial, here's the thing. The reason why it's even this thing about women liking you even matters is because other races of women look at you as a man. They may not give you extra points like a white man may get, but you don't get all of these negatives. See, the reason why we have this 80-20 rule, this 90-10 rule in the black community is because, you know, let's take Fantastic, for example. Fantastic is a guy, 6 foot, lift weights, obviously in the military. You know, the thing about it is, a lot of women are going to look at black men off top in a negative. So you have to make up that stuff. So if you're at the top tier, you're neutral to them. This is why they'll say you need to make 6 figures off jump when you know they're not applying that to non-black men when it comes to money. It's because they see you in the negative from start, and so other women will look at you like, oh, this person is like in the positive because of X, Y, and Z. To a black woman, you're in the neutral. So they're taking the top tier as like baseline. So if you lack anything, I'm not saying all black women do this, obviously, but you're in the negative. So other races look at you differently because they're looking at you like a person, not like all this baggage that they carry. So even interracial, you're open. It just changes it completely when you factor that. So yeah. So anyway.
All right. Real quick, Black Jerusalem in the building. He says, Wayne, you are dealing with so-called online only psychoanalysts who validate their points through books, articles, and other people's testimonies. That's
crazy because we got two people that were married We got to do, you know, like we got plenty of, like, so you're saying we don't have any life experience?
Yeah, he's basically no. He's basically saying you disagree with us. Y'all just some incels. Y'all read a book or hear your favorite content creator say something, and that's that. I mean, that's
like they kill me with they. Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all handle that shit.
If he's saying that this is because of lack of life experience, and they're talking about an experience in my life, what the fuck?
Like, well, that's code for I'm not. Hold on, that's code for I'm not smart enough to bring my ass on the panel and have a discussion. Because for all that charisma you like to talk, for people like to talk about, when it comes to actually the mind and not swaying people emotionally, I ain't it. So I'm just gonna type in a couple of fucking keywords and call it a fucking day. You know, like your average pastors, like anybody else that likes to swindle and con people. Go ahead.
I want people to do hold on, I got you, little big Nate. I want people to really start doing a better job of understanding the difference between, yes, there are some incel channels. Yes, there are some guys who probably lack a lot of life experience. I've talked to some of them. I've exchanged emails with some of them when I had an incel, or well, kind of an incel on the show. When I've done topics like that, some guys have came out the woodwork and I've talked to them, and yeah, and a lot of those guys don't even feel comfortable coming on the air talking. And when they come on the air and talk, they don't speak half as fluently as the people that you're hearing on the panel. So, like, do a better job at understanding guys who are giving a social commentary from a different perspective than you versus somebody who's just some basement dwelling incel who can't get no ass. Like,
and even if you want to say better YouTubers, I cite you Dennis Sperling. I can cite you a whole bunch of people. This guy kids were married, made money. What qualifiers do you want so I can point you Glendon Cameron, so I can point you to the people that can show you how they living? If they living better, you get better bitches than you. They beat you in every metric, but still saying the same shit. And by the way, they don't need YouTube for no money. Because I can point you to that person. Hell, Love Dorsey's a female and she'll say the same shit we're talking about. So what?
But this is a ridiculous thing to say. So in the Black community, when you use academic research data, the testimony of experts in the field, that somehow is a negative.
Yeah.
Black America is indeed bizarro land. It really is.
Yeah, and then you got a very diversified group of black men on this bitch.
And this scenario didn't come from a book or anything like that. That's what's
so when you use one of those things that you research to help support your premises, that's something to be dismissed.
Which proves my point. Like I said, it's a religion.
Lord Commander in the building with a super chat. He says they see it as a threat to their game. To the point, buddy, it raises the bar. If more women want money, their game becomes less effective. Good point. Fair point there. Maurice in the building. By the way, Maurice November. I don't think that's you right there, but Maurice November sent me a cash app. Thank you for that cash app. I appreciate that. And then Maurice, who I think is a different Maurice, says Gynocracy presence in the chat. Don't be fooled. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, we got Maurice back at it again. Says Slace catchers and comments and super chats. LOL. Thank you for that. And we also have ERX the first says, tell him Edward. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, man. It's getting weird out
this
here.
Bullshit. I gotta hop off in a second. So I definitely want to talk about that height shit. So I'm curious as to what Fantastic got to say about that.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Well, we can go ahead. We can go ahead and get on that.
The 6'5" nigga.
Oh, and by the way, you said Fantastic height. You said Fantastic was you said he was 6 feet. You shorter than 5 inches. Don't try to take.
Well, shit, you know, as with the short. Look, short niggas see under 6 feet, over 6 feet. Outside of that, it's redundant. But my bad.
I'm 6.
Damn, nigga.
To be 6'5". I know a 6'5" dude when I see him.
Well, I will say this. Hold on. I will say Kevin Samuels said if you're 6 foot, it's like what 14%. If you're 6'5", Kevin Samuels said it's like if you're 6'4", it's like fucking 3%.
Yeah.
So I get it. There's a number difference. So I'm gonna put you in the 3% club, man. My bad.
6'3" is 1% worldwide. Anything above that, it just gets smaller and smaller. But no, my whole thing was just about the heightism thing. Is just like heightism isn't. It's 90% of you niggas. It's like 90+% of niggas. If 90+% of niggas are under 6 feet, and we know 90+% of niggas are not incels or are definitely with women and children by women. I don't understand the heightism argument. It's the same thing when niggas claim that like, oh, I don't fuck fat bitches, but oh, you only fucking with black bitches, and 70% of them are overweight. So
80%.
Now,
only
for
30%.
the record, fantastic. I know that wasn't a shot, but for the record, I don't only fuck black bitches.
Well, no, I want to talk about you in the
no. Like I said, I know it wasn't a shot, but I'm just saying for everybody out there, this isn't in reference to me because I take all creeds and colors.
Okay, game changer.
Okay, cool,
We're cool. but this is funny though, because here's one. If you put an economic lever on it, like when you look at you start comparing the height numbers to, so you look at people that are 6 foot and over. So we know all is less than 20%, but we'll let's say 15% just to easy as far as 6 feet and over. Even in the black community, I think that still stands. You know, and then you compare that to economics, which is who makes like 6 figures or more. Which what is that number? I know what is that number? It's not 10%. It's like what 7%. What is that number?
It's like 8, 9. No, it's like 8%.
Okay, all of which are not going to necessarily cross, right? Although some of it does. You know, when you look at like a black female's perception, because here's the thing, a lot of these chicks, they want tall dudes. And when I say they want tall dudes, I'm not saying they won't deal with nothing else. But what I'm saying is from 5'1", and I can tell you that from personal experience, hell, 4'11", all the way taller. That's a competitive market. They all want that. And I keep telling people this, and people keep arguing with me with this. A lot of tall dudes like that 5'3" and under market as far as females. So this idea that, well, niggas just want tall chicks so they can have basketball babies, that's bullshit.
Oh no, that's not true. I did a de facto poll on my channel, and I just basically said, guys, list your ideal height requirements, and a lot of guys said anywhere from 5 foot to 6'1", and but it was all over the place. It was an equal number of guys that said 5'1" to 5'4", as it was guys that said 5'8" to 5'10". It was
so my
all over
point
the place.
is just like. So my point, and I don't say this with any malice or anything. Everybody has the cards they're dealt with. It is what it is. But anybody, if you're 6 foot, if you're 5'11" really and over, but if you're 6 foot and over, you're automatically, almost by default, you're automatically in a competitive advantage as well as having money. I will argue, we're not talking about high value men. We're talking about in demand men or select men to black women, that being 6 foot is right up there with making 6 figures. And many of them will say, if you give them a choice between, you can get a dude that's 5'5" that makes 6 figures, or you can get a dude that's 5'11" that makes, let's say, 40,000. I would argue that a lot of black women will say, fuck it, they'll take the he got potential clause. Let me get at that nigga that's 5'11". So when women talk about leveling up from shit, you have to know, this is my major point. You have to understand that women, there is no women taking hits on value. No, if a woman is with you, there is something of you that she values. With black women, a lot of times it's physical. Game comes in the mix because it's how you make her feel, but it's either beauty markers, aka how you look. Some of them is skin tone, some of them is whatever. They can get multiple, they will, or it's economic. This idea, and most black women don't care about economics like that until later on in life. They don't. And you see that in their mating habits. So when they talk about they're leveling up as if they just was slumming it for like their whole 20s, that's bullshit. They were going for what they valued. And I'll leave it right now.
And if I could chime in, for you brothers who don't meet whoever's height requirements, the more focused you are on your pursuits, the less any of this shit even means to you. If you are completely,
I agree with that,
and focused on what you're trying to accomplish, you are not going to give a fuck what anybody thinks about how tall or short you are. And if you're interested in black women and they don't reciprocate the same interest back to you, just simply go where you're appreciated. I promise you, a man focused on his pursuits are going to attract a lot of higher grade, higher caliber women anyway. And unfortunately, there probably won't be a lot of black women in that high caliber group. So it is what it is. But
there's other beauty markers other than height. So I just want to add that.
Absolutely.
That's just the one we all recognize. Yeah.
DJ Kuda is saying, bro, none of this matters if you're paying the fuck. I don't think anybody.
That's actually not true. That's actually not true. And this is one thing that people don't understand.
Time out. Listen, before we go down that rabbit hole about that being true or false, I don't think anybody up here exclusively pays. There's people up here that have paid before, but so that's why I don't think that it's a difference.
Yeah, and that's another thing when people get extremists on it.
Yes, there's a different thing, but like Ed will give a social commentary or critique on the overall game as a whole. That's not a fair thing to say. Well, if you're paying, none of that matters. Well, Ed don't exclusively pay.
Yeah, and then number two, and look, number two, you can get black women being short. I can say this is a 5-5, but another thing too, just because let's say you are tricking more than you're not. These women, especially in the United States, and this is true outside the United States, this is what nobody says, they don't have to deal with you because you got money. Everybody has this mindset that whether it's outside the United States or inside the United States, everybody is just desperate to take your money. I can tell you, I've been to places like in the Philippines where women would act. I've seen women tell white dudes no. Because they don't need it like that. Like, so this idea that just because you got it, that's just you could just be some crusted, busted motherfucker. No. Most of them ain't that, because they're getting vetted before they go in there anyway. So, and that's true. That's way true in the United States. Like, these women are not so much in need. They can find a nigga. Yeah. So this idea that just because you got money, that just means that's go be your ticket. That's not true. And even if it is, they fucking somebody else. Yeah, so this it's not like how it's not as black and white as people want to make it out to be.
But listen, man, again, man. I don't know why niggas this shit, but anyway, at the end of the day, listen, bro, nigga, if your number one bitch, whoever she was or whatnot, what told you was gonna have to pay for this pussy, you gonna pay for the pussy. You gonna try fucking like make oh nigga, I just bought her dinner, or I just took her out to a movie. If she said, nigga, you got to pay X amount of dollars in order to get this pussy, you paying it. At any point in time, you are paying. Okay, this is from a nigga.
These niggas out here talk about when Valentine's Day come by, they don't be giving that bitch shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Niggas, none of you niggas, no nigga in the history of fucking niggerdom, bro, or white boydom, or Chinese mandom, whatever the fuck, has just got the pussy off of the strength of like, I can talk to a bitch and she fucking. No, bro. No nigga is ever had that closing rate. So let's just get the fuck out of here with it. If a nigga gonna pay, he gonna pay. If he ain't, he ain't. I mean, why do we give a damn about what this nigga's doing with his dick? Just worry about your own dick.
And this is coming from a dude that's 6'5". Keep that in mind.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like this nigga to get pussy out here from any type of woman. But again, like this whole thing of niggas being obsessed with what a man is doing with his dick or how he's getting his dick wet is
take a lame ass nigga like DJ Academics. Take a lame ass nigga like DJ Academics. People will say he don't pay. Oh my bad.
You're bored. Fantastic. You started back fading.
Oh, I thought it was me. Yeah, because I was fading. But even a lame ass nigga like DJ Academic, because here's the thing, a lot of you niggas are paying with clout now. You niggas that say, oh, I ain't paying for pussy, but these bitches are around you for clout. Most of y'all ain't got the social media following to do that, but a lame ass nigga like DJ Act, even though he did buy that white bitch a $350,000 car like a fucking moron, but he can pay for clout. There's a lot of dudes that they pay for clout. By the way, there's a lot of dudes that won't leave the fucking city they at because they got certain social statuses based on certain things that they did in the past. So they have artificial advantages in that area because they're known. So versus they can't just go everywhere and duplicate that same success. So some of these people be the main motherfuckers talking that shit about people that go overseas when they're doing the same thing domestically low key. And that's why they stay their ass put. You know, maybe they got some rep in the neighborhood. Maybe they used to play fucking football in high school really good, even though you fucking trash in life. FIFA, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm just saying I've seen that in my own life. And then they don't go nowhere because they still minding the reputation that they got from like, cause they were that good. You know, nigga beat State or something.
That's that Al Bundy shit. Still living,
Yeah.
you know,
So
4 touchdowns in high school and shit.
Yep, and motherfuckers be falling for that stupid shit too, especially if you dealing with young and goofy bitches. They'll fall for that because, you know, so my point is there's a lot of stuff to the game. Y'all want to talk about the game that a lot of you niggas don't talk about. See, I ain't got no problem talking game with people, but a lot of niggas, it turns into this hyper testosterone, compare my dick to your dick to bitches they fucking. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say this just like this. If you broke, you broke. If you working, look, I don't mean I'm not 9 to 5 shaming, because you got dudes like grown man business that make money doing blue collar work and you getting paid. So that's not what I'm doing. But what I'm saying is, if you a dude out here talking about the game all day, every day, and you still work a 9 to 5, that means you ain't even got control of your time freedom enough to really be talking shit. At the end of the day, the same bitches that validate you today will turn on you tomorrow. Ask Dr. Dre about that. Ask Kanye about that. Ask T.I. about that. T.I., a lot of bitches used to love T.I. You know, that's one of the main things. Oh, he'll rap, he a thug, but he look, you know, these women be like, oh, he cute too, blah, blah, blah. And look at how they turn on his ass. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. These bitches, don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's the same dude that asked black men in Houston, all you gangsters in Houston, how come you ain't come and save that black woman that was arguing with that mic?
Gotta ask
3 in the morning. Yeah.
Listen, man.
How come you didn't come to her aid? And now you got a couple of dozen.
And stay with the same chick. And stay with Tiny for good, bad, and the other. By the way, Tiny, what happened? Tiny like T.I. for T.I. Guess the fuck what? Soon as she get mad, they go Floyd.
Yeah, she almost got him whooped in a Chuck E. Cheese or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, so you don't. And here's my point. My point is, look, I'm not telling you. First of all, I'll say this. I do believe men should put a value on their time. Your time is more important than your money. So I'm not saying you should trick, but I'm saying don't be campaigning for if a chick is not feeling you, let her go. Don't be in the friend zone. Don't be campaigning for bitches that don't want you. Like, and your greatest power is your power of choice. And if you choose to just date black women because you want some bullshit about black supremacy or whatever, you're an idiot, because you can sleep with whoever you want to sleep with female wise, and then always come back and have a black kid with a black woman. I mean, other races, look, they do it with black women all the time. Niggas like Khaled and them, what do they do? They Jennifer Lopez did this. She slept with every race. Then when it came to having a kid, she knew who the fuck to get. She got a select dude in the community internationally, but Latin. And I forget what the dude's name, but he's big in Latin America, much bigger than even her. She was a come up for. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Ricky Martin. There's more Latin stars. It's like it's not Enrique Iglesias. Mark Anthony.
Yeah. That's what I meant to say. Ricky Martin.
This is a good nigga. But anyway, my point is, she actually leveled up in the Latin community down there, because she was bigger than she was here. People forget that. So my point is, she did it. Dudes at DJ Khaled, a lot of these chicks to be sleeping with these black chicks. Then when they come back to it, they get what they own to have a kid. That, like, black men need to get on that. So you deal with who deals with you. As far as being short, look, man, you gonna have to just make peace with God with that shit. If you want to talk about some positives, people gonna if a chick like you, even though you short, then for all you niggas that talk about tricking, then you know she like you. So all you niggas are anti-trigger. That's one thing about being short. A woman can't help but hide. If she got an issue with height, she will let you know. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I'm 5'5". I got women that they literally, if I ask them how tall they think I am, if we're just talking and some other stuff, if they tell me they think I'm 5'7", I automatically know she like me, because she's literally heightening me up to make it make sense for her to like me. That, like, I've seen that multiple times. So, and you can get black women being short. Now, a lot of you have to go through some numbers to do that, but it is what it is.
Pick up on this game, little fellas.
Don't do that.
No, he was saying you were spitting some good game.
No. I will tell you this about Fantastic. That I know you 6'5". You know, it's funny because I bet you all these niggas to be talking shit like, nigga, I want to see you, nigga. I'ma whoop your ass. You got that Tariq Nasheed height when you actually see a person like in real life. You be like, damn. You had that like pause. Be like, oh.
Bro, I'm 6'5", 285, bro, from fat. If the nigga want to, again, bro, just sign up the gym, brother. I'm cool with any type of gym meetups or whatnot, what have you. But just please don't walk up on me in the street. I mean, it's not gonna go well for you. I'm gonna be all right. I'm licensed and everything. If you want to, whatever,
I'm
man.
thinking about that. I'm thinking about that Tariq Nasheed situation with Tommy.
Yeah, he did.
When he rolled up on Vlad and he had that pause.
Yeah, that was some whole shit. He shouldn't have did no shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with you with that, but I'm just talking about the point where I've seen Tariq Nasheed in person. He's another one of these niggas that you see him, you be like, oh, like, if you really about that smoke, well, you don't like, you be like, oh shit, like this nigga. And everybody ain't. Let's just say sometimes your personality can be bigger than you are. Let's say that.
Yeah, I think Tommy Sotomayor said that he was he's 5'11". I think Tommy Sotomayor is. So yeah, Tariq Nasheed did kind of tower over him. It was kind of a
and he 5'11".
Yeah, you can see it.
He ain't short.
No, he ain't short, but yeah, Tariq it is a funny dynamic. Niggas talking shit online, they get in the same room, and yeah, y'all ain't nowhere near in the same weight class. Like you should have been pumping them brakes, bro. Should have been pumping them brakes. But anyway, all right, man. Damn, we 4 hours in. Obsidian, you was the lead off today. Before I pass it to Obsidian for some final words, man. Game changer, thanks for coming up. You changed the whole trajectory of the show. You showed the stove. I called her the stove queen, the woman that you bought the stove for. That was pretty cool. A lot of people probably was wondering what she looked like. You actually showed the pictures of her today, so shout out to you for that. So want to like to thank you. You made the show today. It was definitely got live when you came up, so I appreciate you for that. But
yeah, no problem. I'm gonna do a follow-up. I'm gonna do a show after this one. And I got more pictures of her, so check me out.
Okay, cool. And work out with Wayne, but everybody disagreed with you, but hey, I appreciate people who disagree that got pushback coming up. This is not a place just for people
I appreciate that character in the street. That shit was good.
Nigga,
you gotta keep the character in the street, nigga.
No, I
you never gave a chance to rebuttal to even clear what I was saying. Because what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you don't want to be a person who's known for applying pressure on women who don't really like you, to the point where you could end up putting yourself in a bad situation with everything that's going on today. You don't want somebody coming back who really doesn't like you and feel like they were taken advantage of in a way. So I'm just saying, a good way to keep yourself out of situations like that, one, pay for it all the time, and then you won't have that situation, or make sure that the person that you with has some type of interest in you. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the niggas that are more likely to be like that are not in the tricking category. I can tell you that right now. Because you
tricking.
I hear victim womanhood in there somewhere too.
Well,
but
hold on. Let Game Changer go address that one.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't see the sense in it. Like, the only way to avoid a scandal is to not do anything scandalous, including only have sex with women who consent to having sex with you, or the ones that you pay and you buy their consent. So that's kind of obvious. Like,
and also being in fear of women.
That's weird. I mean, it's so obvious. I don't understand the point of the statement. Like,
Game Changer, it makes it sound like paying money is pressure. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
I know you didn't say that.
Yeah, I know. No, he did, but I mean, he included that in this scenario. Like,
yeah, and that's what I got from it. That's what made me want to come up, which was like paying money. Look, you got all these dust buckets, and this ain't all black women, obviously, but all these dusty chicks that moved to like went to Atlanta on some U-Hauls for somebody that might pay or get clout. This idea that these women are just out here.
Let me say this like this, as far as what he's saying, I think, and keep in mind, this is somebody who doesn't pay for it I don't do flat foot tricking, okay? But there's been times when women have been at my house and they came in and did the whole thing. We ain't having sex. We just about to chill and watch the movie or whatever. You know, y'all know the routine. They looked me in my eyes multiple times and said we ain't having sex, and we ended up having sex. And the sex we ended up having probably came from me, you know, sitting close, you know, kissing, nibbling on the ear, kissing on the neck, and playing with the nipples, and gradually just seducing the situation into it. And even though she came in with her mind set at not having sex, and she just kind of got aroused and then went on and did it, she's more likely to feel like she was coerced into something or taken advantage of through a situation where she consensually let me take her panties off, versus the woman who walks in understanding that it's flat foot tricking, it's money on the counter, that's what you're here for, like that. And if you're talking about avoiding a possible situation where a woman could charge you up with doing something you wasn't supposed to do, you playing with more fire doing what I just described the first time around, versus being either, shout out to ARC, very direct in mode 1, or tricking, which is a form of being very direct and or mode 1 to some. Well, that wouldn't count as mode 1, but it's a form of being very direct if you tricking or if you asking her flat out, hey, I want to fuck you. Do you want to fuck me? Blah, blah, blah. We go fuck. So
you would have to leave women alone completely to accomplish that.
Because then you assuming bitches don't lie either. And I mean, we got Emmett Till, we got plenty, like at the end of the day, you got women.
Real quick, the moral of the story is, if all you're trying to do now is get people like Game Changer to avoid putting themselves in a situation where they can get accused of something, tricking is a pretty damn good direct way to not get accused of an ambiguous situation.
No, he did say that. And by the way, a lot of black on black crime that happens. A lot of black on black crime that happens. Hold on, I'll say this real quick. A lot of black on black crime that happens that's kind of in the street, like what he's talking about, even taking what he's saying in face value, a lot of that shit is built on bitches lying. And that's and no matter how you do it, if a chick gets mad, she could do that whether you tricking or doing nothing, because it's just they word. And you got too many niggas that will move on a bitch's word because they either want that chick or they want to do something to a nigga that they jealous of. This is what people don't talk about in the street, you know. And I'm from Chicago, so I can tell you, sneaky ass bitches, when they mad, they liable to say anything. I mean, you reveal a lot of times who they are. And a lot of times these women know that using the R word gets attention. So they'll use it. And white women do it too. White women, they've done it to, this is one thing about dealing with white females. White females will do it to black men to try to get back their white privilege if they get tagged as being dirty for dealing with black men, because that's how white men tag them. They'll be like, oh, well, he actually abused me. And then that's kind of like a get out of, white privilege jail card, because it allows them to do a black sacrifice. And so it's not just black women that do it. So at the end of the day, we're all making the assumption that women are going to tell the truth. I mean, Me Too is a perfect example. These women will come up on Bill Cosby fucking 40 years. We know what these hoes were doing in the 60s and 70s. You didn't have to give them nothing. They were taking that crap on their own. Like millennials think we bad with weed and stuff. These chicks were on some other crap pre-80s and all of that. But you can't say that, because 40 years later they want to make some shit up. And even with T.I. and by the way, nobody thinks T.I. has to trick 100%, but T.I. tricked on Black China with that threesome. So even T.I., who's fame, got the thug card, got money, I mean, I'm saying there is no 100% sure way. It's just be an honorable guy. Make sure you keep receipts. And I'm not just talking about trick receipts. If you don't trick at all, keep text message receipts. You got to. You can't trust these motherfuckers. Just can't.
I don't know. I kind of feel like you took it. I don't know how to feel about this.
Brother P, that get the impression that Bernard is a pipe laying fool. Has a woman ever told you? Of course, all the time.
Look at what happened to Nate Parker.
But I nibbled on the ear and played with them nipples, and I got it. No, just playing. No, I got please.
Look at what happened to Derrick Rose.
I've told plenty of stories of rejection and close but no cigar chances at trying to get some ass. It happens all the time. Like no. I'm not that dude like that. I can talk longer about my failures than my successes out there trying to get at women. So yeah, I'm not even gonna get in today, but I do.
Look at Derrick Rose, man. They ran a train on me. How they try to get Derrick Rose? Nate Parker. Like, these bitches be lying, man.
All right, but yeah, go Game Changer. You was trying to respond to what Workout with Wayne said.
No, I was just saying it. I mean, no real response. I was just stating that it didn't make sense, nor was it pertinent in this particular conversation.
Yeah, no, explain why it didn't make sense or why wasn't it pertinent in this conversation. I didn't think it was
difficult to explain to why something doesn't make sense. But he's saying if you want to avoid a scandal, then you either get women who lust after you, paraphrasing, or get women who you pay. Okay, we're talking about women who either lust or pay. Like nothing here is outside of that realm of scandal.
Yeah, hold on, time out. Yeah, he did come in basically saying, no, she need to lust after you, but paying is a problem. Okay, by the end of the conversation, he's now saying, okay, either pay or get with a woman that lust after you. So everything that was put on the table, he's saying do either. To avoid scandal, do every view and opposing view that was put on the table today, either do one of those to avoid the problem that he said was a problem out the gate. Like, I'm sorry, it was some.
I'll paraphrase what I'm saying then. I came into this and I said, what you're doing is tricking, whether you want to call it that or not. We accomplished that. He admitted that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said, why does it matter? I said, well, I would prefer to be in the company of a woman who actually likes me. And then everybody went on a long tirade about why should a woman like you? It doesn't matter. This guy's representing God. Like they just said all this other stuff. But now what I'm saying is a woman who likes you / lust after you, you're not going to have the same issues. And if you are going to worry about something coming back on you, because I am a business owner. Yes, I do care about my reputation in the streets, as people laughed about that. So what I'm saying is to minimize that issue in my life, either have somebody that is lusting after you as a man, and you're going to minimize those issues. Now, if you truly want to, I nodded to what you're doing and said, then, hey, if you truly don't want those issues, then go pay or make sure that she likes you. And that's why I said a woman liking you, as you guys laughed at, is important. So I'm not sitting here recommending that somebody does tricking or whatever, because I said I don't care, but I just brought that up. So I'm just kind of wrapping all that together.
Yeah, I mean, it still makes
nobody cares about anything.
Yeah, I mean, it still makes as little sense as when you originally said it, because we're back to what Bernard said, and that is that both of these methods avoid scandal, and these are the only methods that's presented. But I get it. I mean, there's no reason to just like discuss a nonsensical statement.
Nonsensical. Okay.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna call that one right there. Obsidian, thank you for being a wonderful lead off on the original topic, which is a topic right in your wheelhouse. And
Bernard?
Definitely. Well, okay. What's Little Big Nate?
Yes, sir. I just want to plug the show one more time. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Little Big Nate tonight, 7 o'clock. Go ahead. You got it. You can plug it better than me.
7 p.m. tonight, Little Big Nate versus Swirlville. And also there could be, I don't know, a special guest. MOT might show up. He might not. I don't know. So we can discuss, have a discussion the first 5-10 minutes of the show when it starts. So I'd appreciate it if you're there. Thank you.
All right. And also, damn it, it was something else. But all right, we going to Obsidian. Oh yeah, Game Changer is going live. So make sure you go right over. Game Changer, that is correct. You got a stream blazed up right now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Game Changer got a stream already up. The link is in the chat. Make sure you hit that link. Don't just click off of here. Hit Game Changer's link and go right over there to Game Changer. You're going to continue the conversation. Perhaps Wayne might go over there and check out Game Changer and join the conversation over there. But the final words of the day will be said by Mumia Obsidian Ali. You got it. Thank you. Well, thanks again for doing this. Always have great shows when Obsidian leads it off. You got the floor. You got the mic for the final words. Oh man. And he's asleep.
Been up since 4 this morning. I mean,
yeah, he's been up since 4 this morning. It's time for a nap. All right, we got to get out of here. I think Obsidian might be on later tonight as well. I'm not 100% sure. But with that said, fellas, thank you, everybody. We are out of here. Peace.